party bell instead of the gavel. So.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a new year and our state board meeting today. We're glad that you're here. I hated to interrupt the great conversation that was going on this morning, but we're glad that you're all here this morning. I know schools are going back full steam now, and teachers and students are hard at work this morning, so we're thankful for each and every one of you and each and every one of them. And so what I'd like for us all to do is take a breath. Let's think about why we're here, and just take a moment to reflect. And if you pray for those teachers that are starting a new year. Join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. All right. Before we start, we are going to have some recognitions, but I want to welcome Secretary Oliva. If you'll stand up and wave at everybody, so getting used to a new face. We're glad that you're here this morning. Welcome, and we are going to move into some other great recognitions this morning. Ms. Stewart is going to help us recognize some Educator Rising coordinators.
Yes, good morning and Happy New Year, everybody. We are so excited to celebrate here at the first board meeting of 2023, Educators Rising, and I've got some information for y'all just for your information about Educators Rising. But today we are going to recognize some very special people that have really helped grow this program. Super briefly, Educators Rising started in Arkansas a couple of years ago due to a generous grant from the Walton Foundation. They saw the need for especially our high priority districts to basically encourage our high school students to go into the profession of teaching and kind of highlight all that is great about it. It is a student organization, and we have now grown the program, thanks in large part to our regional coordinators today, to districts all over our state. It's extremely exciting. You can kind of see some of the growth in front of you year to year. And today we're going to talk about those regional events. One of the great things about Educators Rising is the fact that it's all about the student. It's all about talking about, sharing about what makes basically teaching the best profession in the world. We're all teachers at heart. That's where we all started. And to be able to share that with students, and the exciting part about that is, it just makes for a great experience for our students. These regional events and these regional coordinators are volunteers. They all have full-time jobs as either teachers in districts, administrators in districts, or faculty members in our educator preparation programs. So it's a great connection for these students. At the regional events, they, on their own, planned keynote speakers, networking opportunities for students, breakout sessions for students to learn more about the profession and develop professionally as well as opportunities to compete. That was a big piece of it, where they're getting to compete around topics about education. So, lesson planning, student engagement, those types of things. So, super exciting events. I'd like to introduce Stephanie Hall. Right there, sorry. Stephanie Hall is part of our team, and she oversees RPEP and then also helps with teacher recruitment. The events I was not able to make, Stephanie went to. So we were really honored to be able to attend the 6 regional events that we had throughout the state. So without further ado, I'd love to celebrate these folks. They have given their time, their talent, they're committed to education in our state, and they're committed to our students, most importantly, and encouraging them to consider teaching as a profession. So I'd like to start with Region 1. Region 1, our regional coordinator, and if y'all would just come up here and stand, and then we'll recognize everybody if that's okay. Dr. Teresa Cullen is with Arkansas Tech University. She is a professor there, and she has stepped up several years in a row to be the regional coordinator and single-handedly grown her event enormously. We have our dean from Arkansas Tech University, Dr. Linda Bean, who graciously opened her campus to this event. Just super quick, that coordination and partnership for our high school students to have the opportunity to step on a college campus and experience that is amazing. And I'm here to tell you, I was able to attend Arkansas Tech's event, and there were students that told me that was the first time they'd ever been on a college campus. They may not have ever had that opportunity if it were not for these events. So that really makes you excited. So thank you to Arkansas Tech for that. Region 2, Dr. Nikhila Jackson, our Region 2 regional coordinator. She is with University of Arkansas, University of Central Arkansas in Conway, and our dean from UCA was unable to attend today, but Dr. Vicki Grove Scott graciously opened up her campus, and Dr. Jackson is another veteran at this that is absolutely extraordinary at planning this type of event and really blowing the top off of what makes it exciting to be a teacher. So thank you. Region 3, Jennifer Snyder with Crowley's Ridge Educational Co-op. Jennifer stepped into this role and probably didn't know what she was getting into. And she did it, and it was fantastic. Her event was held at Arkansas State University. Dr. Mary Jane Bradley was unable to attend today, but we are so grateful for her for opening up her campus and providing space, and all of these campuses that provided space and food, and also their faculty and staff to help with these events. Let's see, next up, Region 4. Region 4, we have Mitzi Allen and Tanita Gragg. They were co-regional coordinators. And this event, again, they volunteered and stepped into this role when there was no one else that would do it. And they rocked it. It was amazing. It was at University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. We have our dean, Dr. Davis, who opened up her campus, and it was an extraordinary event. It was fantastic, and we're grateful for them for doing that for us. Region 5, Dr. Lisa Oden. She is with Southern Arkansas University, and we have Dr. Neely Dobbins from Southern Arkansas University who opened up her campus to this event. And Dr. Oden is one that really grew her event. It was pretty fantastic to see the numbers. And I forgot to mention, these events were all in person. This was the first time we had been back face to face. So to see the extraordinary growth in this just shows you, first off, what these folks have done, but also the excitement about a face-to-face event and folks getting to talk and commune, to be together as a community. Region 6, Miss LaDonna Oates is an assistant principal at Carver Magnet School here in Little Rock. This is super special to me. I got my start in teaching at Carver Magnet. So having the opportunity to work with Miss Oates has been just fantastic. She stepped into this, again, when no one else was able to do it. And you talk about a fantastic event. It was held at University of Arkansas here in Little Rock. And Dr. Estes was unable to join us, but they opened up their campus, provided tours, food, space, and LaDonna, you can't even imagine the amount of fantastic speakers she had at her event. So we could not be more grateful to all of these regional coordinators. We could not be more grateful for our institutions that stepped up to provide the space, and I'd love for everybody to give them a big round of applause for their efforts. And thank you very much for letting us celebrate them today.
Picture this morning and invite Secretary Oliva to join us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You want us to go? Okay. Okay.
Congratulations. My name's Jacob. Great job up there.
Yeah, do you want us in the front here? You tell us where to go.
You can line up there. Like get everybody there.
Oh. Okay. to see you in person.
Before they all leave, I want to say thank you on behalf of the board for all of your hard work and dedication to students, because it's going to make a difference in the pipeline, and we sure do appreciate that. And settle down for a second. Along those same lines, I think that we have here with us this morning the reason that all of those ladies were working so hard in different regions of the state. We actually have an Educator Rising student group with us this morning. Stand up. We're going to recognize you this morning. They are from Cutter Morning Star. That's their Educator Rising group. Kaylin Covey. Ruby DeCedrio, I may not say your name right, Kyler Case, and Callie Cash. And they are brought by their superintendent and teacher, Ms. Nancy Anderson, or Dr. Nancy Anderson. And if you don't mind, we're going to get a quick picture with them too, because y'all are the reason that we're working so hard. So come up here and we'll get a quick picture with you.
I would like to add that they placed first in 2 competitions at Regions, and Ms. Covey placed second in an individual competition at Regions, so they're going to the state competition.
That looks great. Very coordinated. You should have sent me the memo. I would have wore a red and black suit. Now, what grade are you all in?
I'm a senior.
11. So you got 10th and 11th grade. You got a lot of work to do to come back next year.
Congratulations. This is wonderful. We're so proud of y'all.
I would like to teach 8th grade up.
That's awesome. Very nice to meet you.
So let me get back here to sit down. As future teachers, we want to talk to you for a second. So go behind the podium there, and that way you'll be at the microphone. So tell us a little bit about why you're in Educator Rising, and maybe what you're thinking about doing as far as being in education one day. Step up to the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Eventually, I would like to be a teacher in 8th grade and up. And then I wanted to be a teacher because my mother is a teacher, and she has helped with this class that I'm taking with it as well. So that's my reason.
Wonderful.
Okay, so my reason is because I've always I've always had a connection with teachers, and I've always loved students. I've started at a very young age teaching my siblings in my room, and I want to start out at elementary, and then I want to farther and one day be a superintendent like Dr. Anderson.
All right.
I want to teach high school and eventually special ed, and I wanted to be a teacher because I grew up with a lot of teachers in my family, and it really inspired me to be a teacher too.
Wow, wonderful. Well, we like to hear special ed.
I had a babysitting job over the summer, so it made me realize my love for kids, and that's why I got into teaching, and I stayed in Dr. Erish's class. And I want to teach pre-K and maybe look into special ed, because my brother is a little on the spectrum, so I'd like to help kids like him.
All right, this is wonderful. Does you have?
Thank you, Ms. Newton, and I want to say to any teacher out there, if you doubt the impact and influence that you have, this is evidence today of the way we can change lives. And I'm proud of all of you, and for our board members, this is also evidence of your support for the teaching pathway with the Certified Teaching Assistant credential. That'll be a possibility for these students and can help carry them into their future careers, and I think it's pretty exciting to get to see this evidence firsthand. So thank you all.
I totally agree, but I did find it interesting that none of them said they want to get into it for the money.
Yeah.
No? No. We're working on that.
Yeah.
We're working on that.
Yeah.
Just for the students, to impact their lives.
Yes. Well, we appreciate you so much, and thank you for coming. And we hope that you take in something today that will be helpful in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And I don't know if anyone knows or not, but the legislature is in session. And so we are going to move our agenda around a little bit, and Secretary Oliva needs to go to a Education Committee meeting, and so we're going to move our agenda around a little bit today. And so we're going to postpone, or not postpone, but just take the consideration of Commissioner later in our agenda today. And also item number 7.2, the math standards. We're going to vote on those at a later date, just to allow some of the new staff in different departments to have an opportunity to make sure that they have reviewed those. So we're going to pull that item. Okay, the math standards is going to be pulled. Are there any other changes to the agenda? All right. We're going to move on into the consent agenda. Does any board member have an item that you would like to discuss on the consent agenda? Okay. Then we need a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Sutton, seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll move on to the action agenda then. The first item on the action agenda is consideration of standards for accreditation of waiver requests. Dr. Sutherland.
So Matthew Sutherland, Standards and System Support Charter. We have two waivers for class size that are being considered today. The first one is a consideration of Cabot School District Standards for Accreditation waiver. Cabot School District is requesting a waiver of 1A5 class size for the 2022-2023 school year. For its 5th and 6th grade art and music classes, the district would exceed the maximum number allowed by standard in Cabot Middle School by 5 students, and the district is compensating teachers. So I think they're online.
Okay. Is there anyone from Cabot online? Oh, he's here. Okay.
Oh, here.
All right. You want to come up and maybe tell us a little bit, and then we'll see if we have any questions.
Aaron Randolph, Assistant Superintendent, Cabot School District. And yes, ma'am, thank you all for allowing me to speak today. This waiver request comes about just because we had an exceptionally large 5th grade class this year, more so than we were originally slotted for. And so when we got to time to really finalize classes, realize where we were, we looked at the law as it stood and knew that we could seek a waiver for this, and also want to make sure we worked with our staff, approached our staff members about this, and our staff members said without hesitation they did not want to move any of their kids to any other classes. They wanted to keep them. And so what we did was we worked with our school board, got their approval, and made sure that these staff members were adequately compensated for having the overage. And to this point, we did it out of 1 semester, and moving into the 2nd semester, we're still about the same number, and so we agreed to them again, and are again compensating them fairly at their daily rate of pay for those students.
Okay. We'll see if we have any questions for you. Anyone on my left have a question? Over here. One question I would ask would be, would this waiver be applied only in that specific instance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That was one of the things our school board was very adamant about, was they did not want to use this for any core classes or anything else.
Okay, all right. Any other discussion? Dr.
I have a
Moore?
question. So the pay, is that required by law, or is that something that, okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so your board worked out the formula for the teachers?
There's a very specific formula that's listed in the law, actually,
Okay.
and in the rules. And so you essentially take whatever their daily rate of pay is, you look at the total number of students at 150 per day, and then you multiply that out. So whatever you're in excess of that 150 per day, they get that certain amount for the semester.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Any other discussion?
So are your 5th and 6th grade classes combined?
No, ma'am. They rotate. We have a team structure in 5th and 6th grade, and so they serve both 5th and 6th grade students during the day, and so that's what put them. They were not exceeding that maximum of 30 per day, or sorry, per class period. But when you worked it out, they were exceeding the 150 per day.
So you don't believe you'll have the same issue next school
We are
year?
currently working on looking at rezoning and everything else that may come along with that. And also, again, this 5th grade class was a lot larger than what we've had in the past. Yes, ma'am.
Any other discussion, questions? Okay, we're ready for a motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve the waiver.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Ms. McFetrich. Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, South Conway School District.
So consideration of South Conway School District standard for accreditation waiver. South Conway School District is requesting a waiver of 1A5 class size. The district is over the maximum number of students allowed by standard, which is 28, by one student in 2 5th grade classrooms, art and music, and the district is compensating teachers for the overage.
5th grade again, huh? All right. Is there someone here or online from South Conway?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Laura Hendricks. I'm online. I'm the associate superintendent.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Hendricks. Would you like to speak a little bit to this?
Well, very similar to what other districts may be experiencing. We have a large 5th grade class, and it's one of those things where we fluctuate. In some classes, it's only being over by one. This is catching us in our activity periods when we rotate through. We don't anticipate this being a long-term problem. It's just that it's a large class and we're trying to be efficient with staffing. And we did compensate the teachers. They signed addendum contracts, and it should be a short-term problem. It's just that we're growing and we weren't prepared for that.
Okay. Growth is a good thing. Let's see if we have any questions. Anyone over here on my left have a question? Okay.
It's not right in it.
Over here? All right. Again, my same question. This waiver will be only used in this specific situation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, we're ready for a motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve the waiver.
Have a motion by Ms. McFetrich,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. We pulled this math standards, so we are to the charter renewal decisions. Ms. Summons.
Good morning, Dory
Good morning.
Summons, Public School Charter Director. The Charter Authorizing Panel met on December 13th and 14th of 2022 to consider renewals for the open enrollment charter schools that are on the agenda. Each of the following open enrollment charters were approved unanimously, and so we'll need your vote to either review or not review each one of these charters.
Yes. All right. We'll begin with KIPP.
Yes, ma'am. The first one up is KIPP Delta Public Schools. The district is requesting a renewal of the charter for a 5-year period. The campuses serve grades pre-K through 12. The current cap enrollment is 2,600 students, and the charter will continue to follow a college prep educational model.
All right. Is there someone from KIP online?
Yes, ma'am. We have a couple people that are online for KIP.
Okay.
I mean, excuse me, not KIP. That is, let's see.
Hi, you all. This is Megan Stitzinger with KIP Delta.
Okay. All right. We'll see if you have any questions from the board. Anyone over here have a question about KIP?
Is Desi making the recommendation for renewal? Or is it?
It came from the charter charter panel to renew.
They've recommended?
Yes. Any questions over here? Mr. Wood?
I don't know that it's exactly a question. I do have concerns about the number of DNF schools in the organization. I'm not sure that it wouldn't be worth a little bit of review and discussion with the organization to discuss their plans for that.
Okay, because we can't really discuss it here because the charter's not prepared with questions. So if we want to dive deeper, we would need to make a motion to review instead of not review. Okay? Is that your motion?
If there's no other discussion about it, that would be my motion, that we would review KIP's application.
Okay. We have a motion to review by Mr. Wood. We've got it.
May I ask a question?
Okay, let's see what.
Good morning, Chastity Wagner with Desi Legal. So if you choose to review, you have to be very specific about what exactly we want from the charter, so they can come prepared for the next scheduled meeting.
Okay. All right. So let's see if we get a second, and then we'll make a list of what we want them to be prepared to answer. Dr. Moore, you had a question?
I think in practice we have been able to ask questions of the charter, or is this in your procedure?
It's very few questions because the charter is not prepared. If I'm right, you correct me if I'm right. We don't really get into a big discussion on this day.
Correct. If you have some factual questions, that's fine. But if we're going to get into the weeds of things, so to speak, then yes, we would have to call them back for review so the charter is prepared.
So we do have a motion to review. Is there a second?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So pushing this back, is that detrimental to students?
Ms. Simmons, answer that question. Would it in any way prevent the district or the charter from moving forward?
No. But we do have several that are on here that you may choose to review or not review.
Okay. All right. Dr. Pfeffer, did you have?
Are you saying you didn't think this would be one of them?
No, I'm not saying that.
She's probably warning you about how many we want to
Ms.
review.
Wagner.
But
Yeah, would you, and maybe you can talk a little bit about their timelines and why we have the review set at the certain times and then what takes place, and maybe give the board just a little more context.
Sure. So these charters are they're all approved through the end of this school year. So if we review it now, if the board decides to review it now, it will not affect them finishing out the school year, no. So, which is why we do this so early, so that if there are reviews, we can go ahead and get it taken care of so it doesn't affect their timeline at all.
We still have a motion on the floor to review. Is there a second?
I'll second Mr. Wood's.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Sutton. We'll see if we can just do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay, so we had one opposed. Two opposed. So a motion passes. All right, so this would be on our next month agenda. We need some, Mr. Wood, specific items that you would like to have the charter prepared to answer, specific questions.
Okay.
Can we get that to you at some point today, or do you need it now?
Today is fine. We just need to be able to notify the charter exactly of what we need from them.
I don't like speaking unilaterally, my issues are not necessarily the board's issues.
Right.
But I wasn't necessarily prepared to, have a list of topics to discuss and review. I didn't know that was part of this process to announce topics or whatever.
Okay.
But I would welcome assistance from the department with regard to what that type of meeting would be like with these organizations that we have.
Ms. Smith is coming to your rescue.
So remember this. No, Stacy Smith, Deputy Commissioner. I would suggest, since you specifically said the DNF, that you would like to know more information about the academics and the intervention and support in improving their academics.
Yes.
Specifically around their letter grade.
Yes.
So what students they've identified, what interventions they've put in place, what's their curriculum. I think that's what you're looking for.
That's exactly right.
Okay, is that-
I mean, comprehensive look at what is their plan forward to improve from their current letter grade of a D or F.
I think well stated.
Okay. Yes.
And also for the board members, on the agenda, there are the voting sheets from the charter panel members, and you can see what their comments were as they made their decision. So, yeah, and also the transcript from the meeting would be available to be able to go back and look at prior to the next meeting.
Yes, Ms. Kaufman.
Deborah Kaufman, Accountability. Just to also let you know, the charter panel is also reviewing all charters with Ds and Fs. So they started that process in November. They asked for additional information, and that information is coming back to the charter panel in February. So you might want to tune in, and you'll see a lot more of a discussion about the schools at that time as well.
No, I was going to state that I voted not to review because I feel like the process is inefficient if they do that review and redo that review. Is there a way for us to be more involved in that review at their, for us to send questions to the panel to be asked? Could we be there? I mean, if we were there, could we ask questions or?
Absolutely.
I don't want us to
We'd love it. Come
personally
on.
get in a habit of having both stages of review just because
The only issue is the timing in that, you'll come back in February and review this one, and then the following week, the charter panel will be having their review. So if questions are answered here, then probably we'll go lighter in the discussion of that one because we'll be watching this one as well. Our panel members will too. So. But yes, you're more than welcome to send your questions to us, and we'll be able to ask them for you, or we'd love for you to attend.
I think our board gets a general just email saying this is happening, but I think it might be in the future helpful for us to be more clued in. This is specifically what's happening at that board, so that when we get we're the very last stop and haven't seen everything that's gone on in the process to get there. I think it might be helpful.
I do seem to remember when I first joined, we did sit in on like a charter authorizing panel review of one or two just to see the process work. I know we basically turned over the board again since then, so it might be worth posting that again.
And let me comment, because I've been involved in a couple charters, and that's the reason I voted no, because I had the process to, I've actually had the charter school that called me, been on several of those situations to know that that process is a process that we just come to stamp knowing what they're doing. So that's why I voted not to review, because I'm comfortable with the decision after 6 years knowing what's going on from that process.
The charter panel is quite thorough.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I appreciate those comments. I didn't know about that, going on. So I'm not trying to create extra layers of just more work and more review. I guess why are we being asked to approve these before that panel has done their more thorough review?
Ms. Kaufman, you mentioned that the charter panel was going to be doing a review of DNF schools. Is that correct?
Correct. So the charter panel started that review in November as per our timeline. And then application renewals come up in December. So typically, when you do your DNF review, you've done that in November, and then the applications for renewal come up in December. However, this year, the charter panel, in their thoroughness, reviewed all the data and asked for additional data. And we had to have time to gather all that additional data. So we're working on putting all of the additional data documents into Board Book, and to prepare for February. We didn't have time to get it all done with the application process, and it's a lot. So we are working right now. The team has been pulling together all of the additional data, just like they asked you, what would you like to see or hear? So they've been pulling all of those additional documents, and all of that will be on the February agenda for continued review by the panel. So typically, it's not out of order.
I see.
It's out of order this year because there was a continuation and a more thorough review.
So was there an option to defer the application process, because
Not by law.
just to, not by law?
Mm-mm.
Because of these DNFs, because of this situation?
Yes, the application timeline was already approved, so they had already started through that timeline prior to knowing what their scores were. So we had no ability to postpone all of that. But the CAP is the charter authorizing panel, and it takes care of reviewing charters and all of that. So that is statutorily set that they have to do all of that, and then it comes to you guys for review or not review. So that it's just a statutorily set timeline. So that's why it works that way.
May I ask a question in that? If the charter panel were to find grave concerns at whatever point in time for a school, they could choose at whatever point in time to vote for closure or probation or that type of thing.
That's correct. At any time that we have a concern, the charter panel can request that charter come in. We go through a full-blown hearing, and then a decision can be made that would then come to the state board. So, the Office of Charter keeps an eye on charters. They have regularly scheduled monitorings in our standard operating procedures. They come through this timeline in the charter panel, and then they come for you to review. But as Ms. Hunter said, we're a little out of the order because we've asked for additional information. And the reason we've asked for additional information is because we've been through a pandemic. So the questions we're asking are, we understand there have been drops in scores. We understand that. The question is, what are you doing to address those? How are you addressing the learning loss to get back on track in a rapid pace? And so that's what we've been having those conversations about.
I wonder if, could we have a joint meeting at some point in time? It used to be that the state board did the whole entirety of the review, and then it got pushed to the panel. And so I think we're still, and as different members come on at different times, grappling with what is our role in that review process.
Is there anything in law against that?
Dr. Moore, I think when you're talking about a joint meeting, the law governs the charter authorizer panel and then what the state board's role is. If you're talking more about like a work session where everyone can come together, the charter authorizer panel and the state board, that would be perfectly fine, but that would be a work session, not, that's
you
what
couldn't do the review at the same time. Okay.
Yes.
We had a
Because
work
I think
session
we
with
had-
the charter panel not long ago. Was it December, November? The training with them, yes.
And you might remember we did that with PLSB once. We had the state board and PLSB get together and have a work session.
I know we just voted to defer to February. Does the possibility exist to defer voting after the board had an opportunity to do their assessment?
So would we, and I guess Ms. Lori, you may help me here, and we've already had a motion to review. Could, if it was the board pleasure to rescind that motion, and then once y'all review again in February, it would come back to us again, right? It will not?
It would have to be tabled. So
Okay.
what you would do is you would start, if Mr. Wood wanted to rescind his motion, he could. And then, we'd need a second and a vote. I mean, and then if that would happen, and the motion would be rescinded, at that point, then there would be, you would have a motion to table this item until the next state board meeting.
Until after the...
A motion, second, and vote.
After the charter panel, because the next board meeting wouldn't be far enough along the line. Okay. So just trying to clear up some options for y'all. It's up to you, the board, what y'all would like to do.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
In looking at these different requests, some are for 5, some are for 7, some are for 10 years, is that reflective of concerns about the charters, or is that just what the charters have specifically requested?
So for district conversions, so there are 2 district conversions on there, which are Bauxite and Polk County. Those by law can only have a 5-year renewal. So that's why theirs are 5. Now, the open enrollment charters can have they can ask for a 20-year renewal. So those renewals were asked for by the charters. And those, they're either asked for by the charters. Now, some of them ask for more, and that's what the panel gave them. So the years that are reflected on the agenda are exactly what the panel authorized them to renew for. You're welcome.
I'm just dying back here in my seat. Okay. So one thing to think about, I think we've got 2 different things going on here. One is the approval of their application to function as a school and be open next year. And that's what you're being asked to review that application, accept it or not accept it. Then you have the second thing where the panel has said, you have a letter grade of a D or an F, and we want you to come and talk to us about why that's the case. Traditional public schools don't have to come in here and ask to be open if they have a D or an F, or have an application to be open next year. Okay? So their application, when it says for 5 years, it's to function as an open school next year. The same way that we're talking about possibly having a work session for public schools and just understanding why they have Ds and Fs, and those schools coming and possibly visiting or talking to you and telling what they're doing, is the same thing that the charter panel is doing. So today, you're making the decision on approving their application to be open as a school for the next 5 years. At any time, you can direct the charter panel to pull the district back in and reconsider that. You could, they could have another hearing. So application, and then this, like, how are you functioning? I don't know, I was just trying to separate the 2.
Yeah.
So that, I think that is a very important distinction. And I would add to that, at any, and this is a question, at any time, if, as the panel is reviewing these DNF schools, they find their plan or their efforts unacceptable, then those charters can be pulled from the vote.
Yes, that charter panel could pull them in, they could make a vote, then that recommendation, whether to close or do something, would come to you for you to finalize. So it's always going to come back to you for that final.
So the 5-year, 10-year, whatever it could change at any time, depending on the performance of the school.
Correct. And for a charter, 5 years, 7 years, they're talking about leases, buildings, contracts for employees. So when you do short-term, 1, 2, 3 years, you're not giving them the stability and the structure to set up.
Sure.
That help? Okay.
But am I wrong? Have we changed years before from a review standpoint? Haven't we received applications before that had 5 years when we agreed to not review, but we did a 3-year? Or am I?
That's those digital learning plans, I think, isn't it?
Is that okay?
Yeah. And I think with what you're doing today is the charter authorizing panel has made the decision based on the review that they did with the applicants. So you would either accept that recommendation from the charter panel, or you would then bring them into review and do that more thorough analysis on your own to make that modification. So that's Ms. Smith's distinction, I think, was very helpful in terms of it's the application, or are you accepting the recommendation from the charter panel?
And Ms. Hunter, to address what you asked, so the charter authorizing panel is actually required by law to review charters every single year. So all charters are reviewed every year. You're welcome.
Based on the conversation that we've had and things I've learned since about 5 minutes ago, I would feel far more comfortable making a motion to not review the application now, understanding that there's a significant accountability process going on that I did not previously know about. And I will want the record to reflect that I am grumpy about DNF schools, and I'm equally grumpy about charter DNF schools as I am traditional public schools. And so I am concerned and want to hear what our leaders across the state are doing to improve the education in those schools. But I have a better understanding of what we're being asked now and what the broader process is. So I guess with that, I'll make a motion to not review the.
Okay, would it be to rescind? Is that correct, Mr.?
Yes, there would have to be a motion to rescind, Mr.
Okay.
Wood, as a first step.
Sure.
Okay.
Move to rescind the decision that was just made to review KIP's application.
All right. Have a motion to rescind by Mr. Wood.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we need a motion to review or not review.
I'll move to not review.
Okay, have a motion by Mr. Wood not to review KIP Delta.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We got there. Mrs. Kaufman, I think it shows the confidence that we have in the charter panel.
Thank you.
And so when we get the notice, it is live streamed, correct?
Yes, it is live streamed. The full agenda is posted in Board Book, but I will ask Ms. Gina to send you all a notification as soon as it comes out so that you can start looking through. But if you have questions that you want the panel to ask so that you'll know what the answer is when you see that, send them to Dory, send them to Matthew, send them to me, send them to Shasta, whomever, and send them to Gina and she'll forward them to us. But we'll be happy to ask those questions during that review.
I want to, if I could just real quickly say, I want to commend them for taking the time to ask more questions, to dig deeper, even if that messes up our timeline or whatever, or doesn't look perfect on the calendar, because that's exactly what I want to see, that they're not just doing the minimum.
Doing the same thing again.
And rubber stamping applications, that they're really digging in. So good job to that panel, and I look forward to reading what they have.
So the additional documents
that
that were requested were school improvement plans, district support plans, the DESI plan of support, and the ESSER use of funds plans and geographic comparisons. So that's the additional data that was requested. Takes a little time to compile, and we'll have it ready for them in February, as soon as possible. I think Dr. Hill.
I was just going to let Jeff know, I've been involved in a few of those that from the charter that have been here with those who call the table, and for your comfort to know that there is a very thorough process going on in detail. In fact, when even in crisis, the charter schools will call you, or for trying to say, hey, here's what we're trying to help with, here are our struggles, and so there's no rubber stamp. I think from a standpoint, from a board oversight, that we have to look at the D's and F schools for these charter schools, really how the charter school is oftentimes intervening to improve a learning situation. And if we take that situation out, where does that child go? And I think that's a big picture, because I always say, if you close something, you need to know where somebody's going. Public or, you know what I'm saying, public or charter. I mean, it's just that you have to have an alternative education system in place. So I think strategizing that with the charter school, just like Elaine, I mean, what we're doing, what's going to happen, if you do that. It's one thing to close a place, but are they going someplace better? I mean, I just think we have to look at that holistically and not just say, okay, DF, that's not good. Okay, what's the alternative? Sure.
Okay.
Dr. Moore? Just really quick, we also do this process with Act 1240 waivers, and that we give waivers to districts, and we very rarely have that conversation. We give waivers to DNF schools all the time. So I think it's important for us to think about when we are giving those waivers in the future, that we are having that level of scrutiny as well. I mean, some of them, they might need the waiver to perform better, but I think we need to keep in mind we're having those conversations with them as well, because we're seeing, unfortunately, districts that aren't maybe using those well to push that. And so I think we want to have it across the board with all those districts when we can.
Yes. All right. Okay.
Ms. Newton, I just wanted to make one comment about, you all are welcome, as was pointed out, to send questions to anybody at the department, but just as an FOI reminder, don't ever copy each other on any of the emails that you send, because you're not to be communicating with one another outside the board meeting. I know you know that, but it's just a reminder.
Thank you, Ms. Freon. We as adults need often reminders, so that's why they make these. All right. We're ready to move on now to Premier High Schools of Arkansas.
Before we get started with Premier, I will say that the transcripts from the 13th and the 14th are posted on the Charter Authorizing Panel page. So it's a full transcript and the video from those meetings.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Premier High School, the district is requesting renewal for a 5-year period. The campuses serve grades 9 through 12. The current enrollment cap is 600 students. The charter will continue to follow a blend of alternative learning environment and credit recovery educational model.
Are there any questions or discussion about Premier? Dr. Moore?
Yes, will Premier also be having that review?
Yes. Well, they don't receive a letter grade because theirs is a little bit different.
Okay.
They don't receive a letter grade.
Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
We have been meeting with them often.
So, under law, they meet the criteria to be exempt from letter grades because they are a credit recovery school, a credit recovery high school.
Meaning ALE? Is that credit recovery different from an ALE, or what is that? One and the same?
I don't have the wording of that law in front of me, but it's kind of that all-encompassing. If you're bringing back in kids that otherwise would have just dropped out, so if you're bringing them back in, then you're exempt. We exempt School for the Blind, School for the Deaf, DYS schools, and then it gives the definition for high schools.
I'm familiar with this school, that Premier, based on this kind of dropout prevention recovery being on the campus of Arkansas Baptist College. And this is what I was talking about, is that if you didn't have this school, then your high school completions would be even lower. So, so it's important. This is the last chance safety net that I came in and made a presentation to the board in 2009 and 10 to have this institution on the campus of Arkansas Baptist College as one of the campuses. So it's really what we're trying to do to address the violence issue in our city, to specifically recruit, retain, and graduate a specific population who has not matriculated in the normal classroom setting. And so, it's either that or GED, in which we try to do that. And so that's what I was actually talking about, having this type of place available as a last chance before the streets of the prison.
Typically, these students wouldn't go on their own to get a GED. They need a layer of support, and that's why schools like Premier, Graduate Arkansas, that's why they work. They just work differently. They're working with students that have been through great trauma. They have been trafficked. They have been abused. They are in situations where one day they're homeless and the next day they're not, and then the third day they are. They move around. They have their own children, plus and above, and things that we don't even know about or can discuss. So that's who these children are. And these schools like Premier, they're reaching out to them, and when we work with them, we're strategizing. How do we get to these kids? Oh, we can't get them to come to school. Can we provide school to them? And that's what we're working on, is just trying to keep them engaged and give them this chance.
I think that I wasn't aware that this charter, this particular purpose was out there, and I applaud all the work to bring it forward. But what is the measure of success for these schools? I mean, absent a letter grade, and I understand why there's not a letter grade, but how do we measure one against the other and make sure that they are doing what their purpose statement?
So we do follow the same federal accountability with them. We do not have an alternate accountability at in the federal level of ESSA at this time. We study that in other states to see how anybody else is doing it, to see if anybody ever gets one approved at the federal level. But certainly at the state level, our kind of specialization or the way we look at them differently, one is we do not provide a letter grade. That's one part of that. But looking at them through the lens of what is their mission, letting their mission be the guide to see if they're accomplishing their mission. So with Premier, what we've been looking at is what is your graduation rate. We're looking to see how you're graduating kids, but then the data from our ESSA School Index stands out that they're having attendance problems. And so when we're on site, we're seeing attendance problems. And so we've been working with them to how do we ensure that whether a student is on-site attendance or they're wherever they are based on their situation, that they're engaged there. So you have to look at them, you have to differentiate your accountability for each one of them individually. So the new campus that opened in Fort Smith, they're having great attendance. The one at Baptist College, it's kind of iffy on some days. And they have students that they know how to play the game. They know I only have to show up every 10 days to keep you from dropping me, right? So how do we appeal to them through the social emotional supports, the mental health supports, the wraparound services? And so those are the things that we're talking to the districts about is, do you have those things in place? Because these are the hardest to reach kids. So there's not always a numeric number that represents that, but those are certainly the things that we're having conversation and reaching out to, and they can talk about so eloquently.
And I just want to say, if you look at the data nationwide, there is a specific reason for these type of charter schools. When you look at the fact that today, 52% of African American males do not complete high school in a normal setting. So we cannot continue doing things the same way, and we don't have a specific solution for a specific problem in education. And that's why we had 119 murders in Pulaski County last year. It's disengagement in the education process. So I support these type of efforts, and I'm glad that we're able to have this discussion to know what the mission is, because if they're not in school, in somebody's school, feeding them and teaching them and having a relationship with the teacher, which we've seen there, is the most important thing, then our city is dangerous.
Yes. I had a chance to visit the Springdale campus this week, and I was really impressed with the work that they're doing. They've got community partners, a real strong community partners out. They've got mentors for these students, and they've got 5 or 6 students right now on a really strong CTE program at the Northwest Arkansas Technical Institute. I was really impressed, so hopefully they'll continue the good work.
All right. So I think with no more discussion, we are ready for a motion to either review or not review Premier High School.
Motion to not review.
Have a motion by Mr. Sutton not to review, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right. Scholar-made achievement?
Scholar-made Achievement Place of Arkansas. The district is requesting renewal of the charter for a 7-year period. The campus serves grades K through 8. The current enrollment cap is 520. The charter will continue to follow a hybrid educational model, and they submitted an amendment request to drop grade 9, which was approved.
I had one question on these extended. I noticed on ESTEM they're coming back for a 3-year review, but then we had some others that were not coming back. Why some are coming back and why some are not?
So on ESTEM in particular, they were asking for DLP, and also they're having a major change. Their director had left December 30th, and they're changing over, and so they historically have been a pretty high-performing
yeah,
charter,
right.
and they had some dips at one of their campuses, and so they put things in place, and the panel really wanted to see how things had progressed. They were also going to make a nationwide search for a director in the future, they told us, and so we felt that timeline would be appropriate to kind of see where they're going to be going forward.
So the others that had the extended periods, you were comfortable without having automatic review then? So
say that to me again.
That there was one, this one had a 7-year, and then there was another 10 years, so you were okay with them not coming back before that 10-year unless it was needful?
Right, because we do an annual review,
Sure.
as we have said, and we have the option to pull them in at any time.
Okay, all right.
So may I just add that the reason most of these charters come, as has been said previously, for some extended period of time is usually has something to do with their facility, or they get a little lower rent if they can commit for a little longer. So they're just trying to be the best stewards of the money with their expenses.
Sure. Okay. And these are usually well-established charters also. All right, so we're looking at Scholar Made, and we have questions over here.
I was curious as to why they were dropping the 9th grade. Did they have a answer for that?
And Dr. Anderson is on the Zoom.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Anderson, the CEO and founder of Scholar Made Achievement Place. We originally had the mindset to have a junior high concept of 7-9. And we have found that most children want to participate in a lot of activities that we are not able to offer once they get into 9th grade. And so that's why we have decided to put a stronger emphasis on trying to build the school from the ground up, and to go with a K-8 model.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we are ready for a motion to review or not review.
I'll make the motion not to review.
Have a motion by Ms. McFetters not to review. Second by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, ESTEM.
Easton Public Charter School, the district is requesting a renewal of the charter for 10 years with a report to the panel in 3 years. Digital learning plan and waivers approved for 3 years. The campuses serve grades K through 12. The current enrollment cap is 3,844 students, and the charter will continue to follow a traditional educational model. And we do have the new superintendent of ESTEM online.
Is there someone online from ESTEM?
Yes, ma'am. Mark Milholland, Interim Superintendent. Janicia Howard, Chief Operating Officer.
Okay, welcome.
Well, thank you.
You have any questions? I'm not seeing any, so do we have a motion to review or not review?
I do have a question. Just to
Okay,
clarify.
Dr.
Sorry.
Moore.
So the digital learning plan waivers for 3 years, you all operate a separate online school in that sense?
No, we don't. So originally when the Ready for Learning plans were put out, we adopted that digital learning plan, and what we found is that it's actually super helpful, not on a holistic level, but as needed for students that may have to be out for an extended period of time. And so our request for that was just to have that flexibility to be able to continue to do that until this all kind of goes away.
Okay, so do you have any students fully online?
A very small number. So, I mean, out of our total enrollment, we might have less than 20 that actually participate on that platform.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we ready for a motion to review or not review?
I'll make a motion to not review.
Have a motion by Mr. Henderson not to review.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, Friendship Aspire.
Friendship Aspire Academies of Arkansas, the district is requesting a renewal for a 10-year period. The campuses serve grades K through 12. The current enrollment is 2,285 students, and the charter will continue to follow a college prep educational model. And we do have Dr. Tran and Ms. Perry on for Friendship.
Okay. Dr. Tran, Ms. Perry, we haven't seen you in a while.
Yes,
Welcome.
nice to see you again.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Have any questions?
So this was a 5-year original license.
And the renewal is for 10 years.
Looking at authorization back in 18.
Yeah.
In the first year of any charter, they're only approved for 5 years. So in the initial, after the initial, if they've shown that they are sustainable, then you can give a longer period of approval.
Anything else? Dr. Moore?
Can you share to us, currently what grades are being served at the different campuses?
At the different campuses, what grades are being served? Ms. Perry or Dr.
Sure.
Tran?
Sure. At our Little Rock campus, we're serving a K to 4, and then we have a middle school that's serving 6 to 8. Then at our Pine Bluff in Hazel Street, we serve K to 5. And then we have another campus downtown that's a slow growth that we're serving K1 now. And then we have a high school that's serving 12th grade now.
Okay. Did that answer your questions?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on Friendship Aspire?
Just for the department, will any of these schools be reviewed at that next meeting as well? Okay. And so if we have questions specific for any of these, we can send them to y'all. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're ready for a motion. Review or not review?
I'll make the motion not to review.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. McFetters not to review. Second by Ms. Hunter. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, now we're moving on to the district conversion renewals. Mr. Coy.
Thomas Coy, Charter Office. We have the same authorizing panel meetings, December 13th and 14th. We reviewed and considered applications for 2 open enrollments. Our first one is Bauxite Minor Academy, and the district is requesting a renewal of the charter for 5 years. The campus currently serves grades K through 6 in a virtual platform only through the Dawson Co-op. Grades 7-12 virtual and 6-12 on site. Current enrollment cap is 200 students and will blend an alternative learning environment, traditional, virtual only, and credit recovery educational models. So they're blending multiple different models. And the amendment, there was an amendment request to remove the K-6 virtual students from the charter. So Ms. Webb, I believe, is online. Yes. I see her up there for Bauxite School District, if you have any questions.
All right.
And again, same with these, where your choice is to either review or not review.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Webb. We'll see if we have any questions for you. Anyone have a question about the Bauxite Minor Academy?
Yeah, if I may ask a question.
Sure.
The removal of K through 6 virtual students, is that just because it's not, program's not successful, or you don't have any students, or both?
Ms. Webb, did you hear that question?
Yes, they would just follow the digital learning plan for any virtual students wanting to be virtual instead of going through the charter school. And it's been successful. I think there's 4 students at this time that are K-6 who are virtual.
Right, so the district has an overarching digital learning plan.
I got you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we need a motion to review or not review.
I'll make the motion not to review.
Have a motion by Mr. Sutton not to review.
Second.
seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Webb.
Thank you.
No, don't leave, don't leave.
Okay, Polk County Virtual.
Okay. Polk County Virtual Academy in Mena is requesting a renewal of the charter for 5 years. The campus serves grades K through 12. Current enrollment cap is 200 students, and this charter will follow the virtual-only educational model. And I believe we've got representatives from Polk County online as well.
Have someone online from Polk County?
I see them up there, but I see their name. I don't.
Okay, we'll see if we have any questions, and then we'll...
Yes, yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, welcome. We'll see if we have any questions. Anyone have a question or discussion on Polk County Virtual Academy? Okay, Dr. Moore?
So being a district conversion online school, can they draw students from other districts in the state, or is it only within their
I
own?
believe they can only draw from their attendance zones within their boundaries. for
And the
district.
benefit of doing this versus the digital learning plan? I mean, I know they had this school before digital learning plans were.
Well, I'll let the assistant superintendent speak to the benefit. She spoke about that in the authorizing meeting. So, would you like to? There you go.
We feel like the benefits of having the charter, the conversion charter, gives us more flexibility than the digital learning plan provides. We have students that are doing both the virtual academy and some in-person classes on our campuses. And then we also have the ability to utilize our staff as well as using the online academy, online staff as well. There's just some more flexibility that we feel like it provides for us.
Okay,
Thank you.
any other questions on Polk County? Okay, this motion is to review or not review. Okay, have a motion by Mr. Wood not to review. Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you, Mr. Coy.
Thank you.
All right, we are to the Educational Service Cooperative Evaluations. Ms. Smith.
Stacy Smith. So we've conducted another 4 evaluations of our co-ops, and you attached the summaries for you and the overall evaluations. And I do see some of the co-op directors online if you have any questions.
Okay. Have any questions about a specific co-op or co-ops in general? I know some of you new on the board don't realize maybe the value of co-ops and how much that they do. So I don't know if they wanted to speak for just a minute about some of the programs that they have and what they're most proud of. That might be appropriate to kind of give our board a little bit better idea of what co-ops do.
So I see Pam Castor online, and I see Daryl Blackston online. So Daryl, Pam, one of you want to chime in?
Could I interrupt for just a second?
Sure.
Now, are we being asked anything here, or is this?
You're being asked to approve the evaluations.
Approve the evaluation, okay.
Can I just say, I thought these were excellent summary reports, and thank you for providing them, because I know this is a lot of work.
Thank you.
Ms. Castor, I see you.
Yeah. So Crowley's Ridge Co-op is involved in certainly a lot of programs, including pre-K for special education students, pre-K through ABC programs. One of the things that we're proudest of among the things that we do is our reading outreach. We have trained teachers at no cost to the district or the teacher in the Shelton system of reading, so that they're qualified at the end of the training to take an exam that would make them what's called a CALT or a CALP, a language specialist. And we feel that doing so helps our schools, embed those people in the system, and gives them a broader ability to improve reading proficiency among their students. So we're very proud of that. We're proud of our partnerships that we've formed in order to better assist our schools. And so those are some of the things we have going on, and we're glad to explore those with you or tell you more about them.
Yeah, I will say that Crowley's Ridge was one of the leading cooperatives in the state to embrace the dyslexia and start providing intensive professional development for their teachers to become those certified academic language therapists, which is a higher degree of expertise and training. You can only teach certain programs and be a cult. I mean, so they kind of took the lead on that and brought them in on their own before the state even had a list of programs or trainings or anything like that. Okay. And then Mr. Blackston?
I just echo some of the same things that Ms. Castor did. We're obviously involved in early childhood support to our districts as well, both the ABC programs and then the early childhood special education services that we provide for a number of our districts. We also partnered, as the board is aware, we also partnered with Ms. Castor's co-op and North Central in developing the Tri-Region Virtual during COVID. That supported districts that needed that option. It began as K-6, and now it's a K-8. We support the new teachers in our districts through the mentoring program, as other co-ops do. And I guess the other thing that I would just mention that we were very proud of is our staff, I think, was flexible and nimble in being able to adjust to support pieces that our districts needed throughout COVID. And we did a number of things during that time that benefited our districts and our kids.
One thing Mr. Blackson's co-op did during their evaluation, I do 6 interview groups, and some of them I say that you have to have these types of people in the interview, and then I give them one thing they can highlight. And most of the co-ops select people that work in their co-op to highlight a program. They selected parents from their HIPPY program.
Oh, wow.
And so I had these young mothers. So the HIPPY program is an outreach for home-based, parenting on lessons for 3- and 4-year-olds. And so we interviewed these mothers who are part of that program, without anybody in the room. It was really remarkable to hear the things and to hear the impact that these HIPPY coordinators have on these young mothers pushing into their house helping them with instruction for their students. So that was pretty powerful.
You don't mind me asking, what's HIPPY?
What does the HIPPY acronym stand for, Daryl? Do you know it off the top of your head?
And Ms. Castor probably knows. It's I should, but I can't tell you off the top of the program.
Generally what it is it's parent. So they have coordinators who literally go to the house with lessons, and they teach the parent, like, here's the lesson for the week for your 4-year-old to get them ready for school. And they sit down and they instruct you how to do that, and then you do those lessons. They also and so they come every week, and then they even have, you're bringing up the acronym, aren't you? Yeah, Home Instruction for Parents and Preschool Youngsters program. And so it's a 30-week program. That's all the materials, supplies, books, everything comes.
Yeah, I've had several grandkids go through that, and it's a great program. And the instruction is great, but then the materials, the books that they bring in are fantastic. That getting that early literacy into every home, and then teaching the parents how to interact with the child in a productive way. It's really. It's more instruction for the parent than it is for the child, but the relationships are still built because they'll bring the children in together and have different programs for them also.
Yeah, and several of in the parent interviews, it was noticeable that early identification for early intervening services, whether it was speech or additional resource, that students were being identified through that means as well. Yeah, so.
Mr. Wood, you check with me later, and I'll be glad to go over all these acronyms.
Mr. Sutton's an expert now, right?
You have a book.
Yeah, it is a book.
I do want to highlight the Great Rivers Co-op on here. I don't see Willie on there she is, Willie right there. Willie was our superintendent last year in Lee County and did a phenomenal job for us, and she transitioned to the Great Rivers Co-op this year. Great Rivers Cooperative scored a 3 at meeting standards. They did have an area of alert for procedures on evaluations at their co-op, but I'm confident Ms. Murdoch and I had a lengthy conversation about that and the organization, and she's already got timelines in place to take care of that.
Ms. Murdoch, is there something you would like to highlight?
Good morning, everyone. I'm just excited about being the new co-op director here. We're going to do great things in Great Rivers to build bridges for students of the Delta. I always say if you can help the Delta students, you can help anybody. And our students need as much support as possible. And we thank Stacy and her team for working with us. And we're going to get better and better every day. Thank you all.
So I'd ask the board to accept the evaluations.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? This is different, but I would like to ask Ms. Murdoch about Eudora Elementary School in your role in supporting them. How are they doing so well?
Eudora is not in our co-op, though.
Oh, they're not? Okay.
No.
I apologize. Well, is there a
It's
co-op
probably
leader on here?
southeast.
Yeah, I would think
Yeah.
southeast.
I don't see southeast on here.
Okay. Well, then never mind.
All right. Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Woods to accept the report. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Hunter. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:45. All right. Thank you for giving us an opportunity for a short break. We're going to take up one item that is in the report section of our meeting. Ms. Wally, I'm sorry, I didn't give you any notice that we were going to do this, but I think the district is here, and I think this will be the appropriate time to do this, and that way everyone can hear.
We're not ready for other schools. We're going to go ahead and do this. Hey, I'm Missy Wally, and I'm the Director of Special Projects, so thank you for having me. We're going to do something a little bit different today on our PLC report because this is School Board Appreciation Month. And we all know that school board is very important. The school boards are our caretakers of education. You're entrusted to ensure that high levels of learning are happening for all students in the state. And for that, I want to thank you because I know you've probably received a lot of phone calls. I know that there's a lot going on behind the scenes. But what I appreciate more than anything is that I can also tell your intentions and your laser-like focus. So on the students. So thank you so much. So for School Board Appreciation Month, I'm starting with you as the state board. Thank you, and thank you for your leadership. I also want to just kind of tell you a little bit, and we've got a school board president that we're going to hear from, so you're not going to listen to me. But we have been working across the state that helping Arkansas, with the help of the Arkansas School Board Association. So you'll see Dr. Prothro and Tammy in the audience, and you'll hear from them in just a second. But how do we set up those systems of process, systems of support, systems of holding each other accountable within the district? What does that look like? Because traditionally, I think what we used to do, I know when I was in the central office, we were guilty of it, we presented one day in an annual report, what does the achievement look like? Where if we're here to ensure high levels of learning for all students, we should be hearing from that every month. Where's our achievement? What are we looking at? What do we need to improve on so that when it comes time for that one day in the life of, we know where we're going to be and we're reporting on those goals monthly with our school board members. So they have to be a part of the process. And I think that's what's so impressive because they are getting the questions. Why are we changing? You know, what's happened? We've always done it this way. How many times have you heard that? We've always done it this way. And you know, the way we've always done it, we're reading a book right now, doing a book study. What got you here will not get you there. And that's the focus. What got us here will not get us there. So we've got to constantly evaluate what's going on and happening in our districts. So let me kind of tell you why I chose this school district, and then I'm going to turn it over to them because I know they're the ones you want to hear from. We were working on a needs assessment, looking at what sustainability in their processes do they need, what support. And within that, we interviewed teachers, parents, students, and we interviewed school board members. And I talked to their school board president, James Hartshorn, who's sitting here, and you'll hear from him in just a second. His responses were so impressive, off the cuff. It was not rehearsed, and he knows the work, which lets me know the conversations are happening with their superintendent and school board. They're focused on student learning. I was so appreciative of that. So when it came time, and I think I told Ms. Newton last month, I said, you know, January is School Board Appreciation Month. We want to have a school board member there. We want to hear from school boards and what's happening. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Tracy Streeter. Tracy Streeter's with Hamburg School District. She's going to introduce the ones who are here with her. You're going to hear about their journey. It has not been difficult. They do know it's a journey. The impressive thing that I have found with Tracy Streeter is there's always a sense of urgency, though. Even though we know it's a journey, it's a process of change and holding the reciprocal accountability from school board, from the boardroom to the classroom, from the classroom to the boardroom. She acts as if there's a sense of urgency, and there should, because our students sitting in those chairs today count. So Tracy, I'm going to, well, I'm sorry, Dan, if you'll turn it, start that PowerPoint. Because what I did is at the beginning of the PowerPoint, I did just add some data because that's what they do. They look at their data. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm probably not guessing, but they're not happy with it. They want better. And that's okay. But what you will see is that they have improved. They're back where they are, especially in their middle school and high school. They're back pre-COVID where they were in their value added. But you'll also see that they have a long ways to go. But in the process of this and setting up their systems, they have to face the current reality. And that's what they're doing in their school board meetings. So you can go ahead and pass through those because I've already talked about them. And I'm just going to turn it over to Tracy because she's the one. This is Tracy Streeter, Hamburg Superintendent.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're good. There we go. So thank you for letting me be here this morning. I know you guys have a very busy day, and I will go through our story as quickly as I possibly can. First, I want to introduce you to our team. So our team this morning is, of course, our school board president, Mr. James Hartshorn. We have 2 elementary principals with us today, Mr. Blake Higginbotham and Miss Angela Mays. We have Leslie Nams here with us today. The role that she plays is school improvement specialist with a heavy emphasis on dyslexia, and she helps guide us through the PLC process. We also have Miss Caitlin Martin here today, who just helps us with communication and really keeps me straight a lot of times. So I'm glad that they're here, and I'm glad that they're a part of our team because they are a huge part of the work that we do. Missy told you a little snapshot of our data. It's real. And there's no sense in really sugarcoating our data. As you can see, it's nothing to brag home to mom about. It's nothing that's impressive. But the thing that I want you to know about that data is there is growth. You can see the growth in the data from the time that COVID started until now. And many days I have to remind myself it's not about perfection, but it's about the progress. And so that's where we are. We are on a journey of improvement. So in saying that, I want to give you a little bit of history about Hamburg School District. We have 1,540 students, and through the years, we've consolidated with 4 other schools. Some of you may know the history of our area of the state and that consolidation journey. In that, it takes the word equity to a whole nother level. And that's well outside the color of your skin. It gets into the culture, it gets into the culture of the communities, and so that's a task for us. It's also something that we really pride ourselves in being able to do. That journey hasn't been easy. There were times when there were brick fights on the high school campus. There were gangs coming together from different communities, and it was just a time of struggle. And now it's more of a time of respecting differences. Do we have moments? Do we have days? Do we have events? Sure, we do. But it's a whole different level of expectation, and it's a whole different level of respect. So that kind of tells you a lot about us. We've been fortunate enough to gain 207 students from school choice. That's a lot when you look at our overall enrollment. Parent engagement and communication is constant for us. If you have that many communities that come together, then you've got differences. Change. We know that change is hard. We know that it's also inevitable, but we also know that people don't change easily, and it requires a lot of communication. Before COVID, things were what people called normal. Not so sure I agree with that, but that's kind of what we called it. And then when COVID was happening, there was a lot of work to keep people out of buildings naturally, and separation and that kind of thing. Since COVID, the doors are open. Parents want to be there. We've had record number of attendance at meetings, and so we see this urgency from parents wanting to be involved. So I want to tell you a little story. The guy on the screen is Max. And I'm going to kind of tell you a little story about Max. Max is a 4th grade ESL student. He has very poor language skills and even poorer reading skills. Max is a victim of COVID, as you would guess, being a 4th grader. The lady that is beside him is Miss Rosen. She's not his homeroom teacher, so let me kind of explain. She teaches him during RTI time, which you guys probably know, that's response to intervention. And so some would ask, so is he pulled out for these services? Well, not exactly. Max can't afford to be pulled out of the classroom, because if that happened, he would just lose more instruction. So we have to get really creative. We have to work very hard, and we have to collaborate to craft out time for Max to get those skills that he doesn't have. We do that through RTI, which is a direct effect and a direct tool that we gain from the PLC model. In doing that, it's hard work and it's honest work. And I think that's the first thing that we've had to accept. You have to put the fluff over here
and you've got to do the work. And you can't do the work unless there's really honest conversations. So teachers get together and they look at their data every week. They don't look at their data from 4 weeks ago. What happened in the classroom the past 5 days? What are we going to do about it? And so in that, they're organizing, they're categorizing, they're putting kids where they need to be according to the skills that they do not have or that they do have, because it's not fair for that kid that is achieving to get nothing as well. So where one child may be getting remediation, another child may be getting extensions. And if either one of those children are yours, that's exactly what you want. I refer to it as point-in-time remediation. And what that means is we're not waiting to the end of the 9 weeks, we're not waiting to the end of the semester, and we're certainly not waiting to the end of the year, which is historically what we've done as educators. But if you do what you've always done, you get what you've always got. So that's been a paradigm shift for us. And through the fact that our teachers have learned this process, they get it, they've really got it now, the collaboration is happening and kids are winning, and that's what it's all about. So she meets his needs, first of all, by having clarity of standards. That's where it starts. It's not necessarily a script. She's got to know what he needs and when he needs that. And then providing a structured, viable curriculum. In this case, we use a curriculum called Take Flight, and we've had a lot of success from that. This is one of the first responsibilities that you're going to hear through the PLC model. You have to provide that viable curriculum that is standard-based. You've got to know those standards. So we're not where we want to be, by no stretch. But what I can tell you is our teachers are finally getting it. They know it starts with standards. What to teach and when to teach. There's a how to that. Our new teachers are gaining that how. They don't have those tools in their toolbox, so they've got to get that. But if you can provide them with that what and that when, you're 2/3 of the way there. And so that's kind of what we're coming with. When Max came to us, he was very shy, no confidence at all. You could see him walking down the hall, but you couldn't see him. All you could see was this part right here. And so what I can tell you about Max is his head is held a little higher, his eyes are a little brighter, and now he talks. He told me yesterday through FaceTime, because I wanted to talk to him. I've been up here at the superintendent symposium, and I wanted to tell him, we're talking about you tomorrow. And so this is what he told me. He said, you know, I can't read very good. And I said, well, tell me what we're doing about that. So he did. He went through the steps, and he said, and the last thing that he said about that, he said, but I'm getting better. Yeah. And he said, it makes me happy. And I said, well, I'm going to talk to some really important adults tomorrow. And I kind of explained to him what you guys did. And I said, is there anything you want me to tell them? And he looked up at me. He said, yeah. Tell him I said hi. So hi from Max. And I'll end with this. You've heard this, but I want to say it one more time. The work of a PLC is hard. Change is hard and change is messy. And if we know anything about that in Arkansas right now, we're experiencing some of those changes, so we know. What I can tell you though, through this model, if the kid is the focused and the adults are committed to the work, then it's like magic. Things happen, and they happen in the proper way. We're not a wealthy school. It doesn't take long to know Hamburg, Arkansas is not full of a lot of wealth and a lot of economic development and things like that. But let me tell you what we've done. We have tried to take advantage of everything that has been offered to us. And in saying that, what I mean is DESE has afforded us many opportunities of learning. There has been workshops, trainings, conferences, anything that you can imagine offered to us through our co-op, through our ERZ, and through our Arkansas School Board Association. That's the game changer. That's the change in Arkansas education today versus where we were 5 years ago. Where we're talking about teachers collaborating, we have to practice what we preach, and we have to model what we want them to do. And when you can bring in 3 organizations like the Department of Education, Arkansas School Board Association, and Hamburg School District together, and you can train as many teachers as we have trained over the last several years, and throw the school board in there, and you start getting results, it's a win, win, win. And the kids in Arkansas are benefiting from that. So I certainly want to say that. Mr. James Hartshorn, our board president, has made a huge commitment, as Ms. Missy said. He attends these meetings with us every month, and he's a part of the learning. He's learning beside us, which is different. And the School Board Association has definitely got on board with training. So I'm going to turn it over to him to continue our story, and thank you for your time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I really appreciate your time and allow us to come and visit with you and talk to you about how we are refocusing and reimagining education in the Hamburg School District. I just want to visit with you a little bit and kind of give you the vantage point of a board member of the professional learning communities. And so just a little bit about myself. I've only been a board member for 3 years. So think of where we were 3 years ago, right? Coming in, my first official board meeting was May. Well, it was March. And that's when we basically shut down due to COVID. And so I went from the frying pan directly into the fire, dealing with everything that COVID brought and navigating those waters. So fun times. We are much better than we were 3 years ago, right? So just to tell you a little bit about the Hamburg School District specifically, we've implemented I forgot about that, didn't I? We started implementing PLCs in the high school about 4 years ago. And so we have a little bit of experience with that. We were able to see the value that the PLCs brought to the district, specifically at the high school. And so we looked at our learning loss due to COVID and the gap that we had to bridge. And we had to figure out a way to do something different. Well, PLCs, the more we learned about it, we believe that's the avenue to bridge that gap. We had faith in that what it could do if we rolled it out district-wide. So we made the decision before the school year started, to roll out PLCs district-wide and implement those in our campuses across the district. So the way the slides are set up, we've kind of got the pink side is the pre-PLC, and then the blue side is what things look like now or what they will look like, right? This is still an evolving and growing and changing thing every day. The number one thing, it was one of the first workshops I sat in for PLCs. One of the first things that was mentioned was a guaranteed and viable curriculum. And I was sitting there with administrators and Ms. Streeter and at our table, and every single one of us wrote that down. That tells you the impact that statement has. So let's talk about what that is. Our guarantee is what we promise to teach every student at that grade level. When you leave here, these are our non-negotiables, okay? We teach a lot. And so part of this process of identifying these essential standards are, what are our non-negotiables and what are our nice-to-haves? We want them to learn everything that we have to teach, right? But we have to focus on those non-negotiables. This process allows us to separate that out and be able to achieve that. The second part of that is that viable curriculum. So we've got these 10 things we're going to teach our second graders in math, right? Is it doable? Are we capable of teaching those 10 things to those second graders in the time that we have them in our classrooms? So if we said, okay, we're going to take our curriculum is going to be quantum physics and we're going to teach that to second graders, right? That's not a viable curriculum. And so that's the part of that statement that's identifying how capable are we of teaching this. And so how do we gauge the success of our effectiveness in teaching these essential standards? Well, that's where our common formative assessments go. So think of, you've got your essential standards that are the foundation, right? And on top of that, we have our map or our timeline. Okay, this is the pace in which we're going to try to teach those essential standards. So when we get to that first essential standard, we have to have something to measure that learning against. That's where our common formative assessments come in, okay? And so that's a really neat process, because what it allows our teachers to do, it allows them to come together and look at real-time data. So Ms. Streeter's already kind of hinted on the lagging data. So you've got, standardized tests are given at the end of the year, and then you go and you get those results back in June, July. You analyze that and you say, okay, we need to adjust, we need to go back and review this, we need to do a better job on this standard. Not anymore. We have the ability now to be able to look at this real-time, near real-time, and address something that could maybe happen in the first few weeks of the school year, the 9 weeks. Education is a building block, and you learn one thing and then you build on that. Think about mathematics especially. It's kind of funny to me. I'm not an educator, nothing to do with education other than I've been to school. I'm in information technology and the IT sector. And so we design custom asset management systems for our clients. Our clients we wouldn't have a job very long if we were providing lagging data. They're making decisions today based on information that's out there today. It's funny, we can, I can pull up my phone and I can look at 6:30 and I can tell you how bad the traffic is on 6:30 right now. I can look at traffic cameras and get a live picture of that. But when it comes to the most precious asset that we have, our kids, our children, and their education, we're working off data that's months old, sometimes even a year old if they didn't get it at the very beginning of school. So this is really changing the game for us and being able to help children like Max identify what we need to do for Max right now, not next year when he moves up to the next grade level. So this process is not an easy one, okay? Starting from nothing in our elementary schools and our middle school, it's a very onerous task. And I described it in a board meeting. It's kind of like we're building a car right now. If you're building a car, you have a lot of work that you have to put into that thing to get it up and going. Once you get it up and going, though, it can really take you some places. Now, sure, you're going to have maintenance down the road. You're going to have to change the oil in that car. You're going to have to replace the tires, right? But that's also the beauty of this PLC process. Nothing that you do today is set in stone. You can reevaluate those essential standards. You can reevaluate those common formative assessments and make tweaks of those as you move. But the heavy lifting is done up front. And we've not tried to hide that, but we had to address it with our staff. And so how did we do that? Our superintendent came to us with a very creative solution, and it's Early Release Wednesdays. And that's exactly what it sounds like. The children are sent home early on Wednesdays. They're sent home an hour early, and our teachers are able to dedicate an hour of their day to this process, to building this process. There's some other things that they do, but by and large, they'll have mental health days at time built into that, and then some professional development. By and large, their time on those Wednesday afternoons are dedicated to the development of these PLCs and working together in their communities and their content area teams and their grade level teams. And a lot of the things that we do as a board, we're the purveyors of change. Everything we do is change. Every policy that we adopt, approve, every school bus we sell, every teacher that we bring on board, it's all change. A lot of that change goes unnoticed by the public, right? You start to let kids go home an hour early on Wednesday, that's not one of those changes that goes unnoticed, okay? So I had to be prepared. This conversation I'm having with you, I've had with many parents. Why are we doing this? And it was really easy to explain to them, this is how things have been, this is the situation we're in due to COVID, and this is where we're trying to go. So along those lines, we decided as a board, it was really clear when we started that there's so much effort going into this process, into building these essential standards, building these common formative assessments, that we decided when we set our goals at the beginning of the year that we would align with the district and basically show the teachers, show the staff that we saw the effort that they were putting into this, we appreciated it, and we were behind them 100%. And so we set our board goals, and our board goals they're directly related to our common formative assessments, our essential standards, and how many of those we're going to get accomplished and finished this year. Now we know we're not going to be finished in 1 year. There's just no way. It may take 2, it may even go into year 3 before we get everything where we feel like, okay, we can finally crank this car up and we can drive it down the street. So our teachers, it's like Ms. Streeter said, anytime there's change, in general, people are just resistant to change. Everyone likes their routine. They like, what they do every day. And so when you went to a teacher that say been teaching for 20 or 30 years, and you said, okay, we're about to really change the way you do business, okay? There could be some pushback from that. Some teachers, just depending on their nature, were all in from the get-go. We had some that were not. We had a board meeting back in November, and we invited in several teachers to just talk to us about the process. Okay, what's it like? What are you seeing? What needs to be done? Do you need any support? We had one teacher that came in, and she said, I'm not going to lie. Whenever I first started with this, I was very closed-minded, very resistant to change. I thought this was just another acronym that would be gone next year. And she says, but now that I've started to learn, and now that I've started to understand and actually start to see some of the stories like Max, these kids that are now getting the help they need a lot sooner than they normally would, she said, I'm all in. She said, I'm wondering why we didn't do this earlier. And so, it's been different. It's been a learning opportunity for all of us, but we're gonna continue down the pathway, and improve the education that we're providing our students in the Hamburg School District. So with that, I really appreciate your time, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
I just want to comment right here. This is impressive, but you are impressive as a board member. You are saying lots of things that I wish every principal in the state knew. You know, excellent. And Hamburg, y'all are blessed to have such a great board member involved, and you're going places.
Thank you.
That car is going to be a Corvette, I think.
Ms. Newton, can I
Yes.
say something? That's okay. What was your name, sir? I apologize.
James Hartshorn.
What was your last name?
Hartshorn.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Hartshorn.
Thank you.
You look like you're about the age of married man, kids, in school,
Yeah, I have two
job.
of them, a junior and an 8th grader. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for serving on your local school board. As a former local school board guy,
Sure.
I understand how much work you're putting in and with all the things you're juggling. And for you to come in here and be able to give a presentation using the words like formative assessments and summative data and all this stuff is pretty impressive. So you're very engaged, and I appreciate the hard work you're doing. In this January School Board Appreciation Month, you should be commended for your work.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like Dr. Prothro to come say a few words too. You mentioned that you were not an educator. You're an educator.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Hello, I'm Tony Prothro, Director of the Arkansas School Boards Association. As you well know, we're a nonprofit, not a state agency. We don't have rules and regulations and really don't want any. We enjoy what we do. It is a mission of ours. Our mission statement, actually, the brunt of it is student-focused leadership. That's what it's all about. If you went to a typical board meeting 10 years ago, and even today, sadly, as you said, you're a former board member. I know others in this crowd have been board members in the past or current board members. You approve budgets. You deal with facilities. You may hear about a program that may be going on in your schools. You're approving minutes. You're doing all of those things, those adult things, and the kids get lost in that. We tell boards that if 75% of your board meeting is not about kids, about achievement, and about accountability, you're missing the boat. You have to do all those other things, but that shouldn't consume 80% of your time. Your time has got to be focused individually on the kids. We tell board members that you've not succeeded until every kid that graduates walks across that stage ready for workforce, for higher ed, for VOTEC, the skill set that they need to pursue their lifelong dreams. But that doesn't just happen, as you all know, at 12th grade. It starts much, much, much earlier by reaching those goals at grade levels for reading, for math, for science, for all the content areas, and building that student. PLCs is easy for us. It's all about student achievement. It's about that focus that's there. Some of our boards across the state, as you see here, are well informed about PLCs and the work that's there and the focus on kids and getting everyone involved about the individual student. Not just the class or not just the grade level, but the boring down to the individual student and what their needs are, and then getting those resources. So when we were looking at this last year, going across 14 regions of the state, 14 different meetings in October, and that is excruciating with our small staff. We always look for help. And Ms. Rettinger, who came from the State Department of Education, is our Board Development Director here today with us, is a huge advocate of PLCs in her work as an elementary principal from her previous career. And when we looked at how we could best impact boards at the board level, it was easy for us. So we went across all 14 regions with experts that came to our meetings and worked with boards on what a PLC looks like. What does it mean for kids? And once again, trying to promote that student-focused leadership. We wanted them to be informed. It would be my dream if every board member in the state could speak with the confidence and intelligence as you just heard. That's what our goal is to try to get them to that level. But they need to know what PLCs are. They need to know what resources are needed, and they need to know the importance of allocating resources to those kids at those levels. We were just happy to be a part of it, a small part, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Protho. We'll see if we have any questions from the board about the process. I know, Dr. Moore, go ahead.
Well, you go first.
No, I just know that the work that you're doing with the boards, it's going to take time, and we realize that, but it's, again, the right work that we need to be doing, because we've got to think about what can we do to make a difference in each individual child, and I think this process will get to that. Dr. Moore?
I agree. It's so important. As we were talking about schools this morning and thinking about students who are not getting the opportunities where they need to be. And this is just a small thing, but as a parent and a policymaker, I am always against that early dismissal. Do you have any districts that are paying teachers to stay later, and so that they still get that time to do that work, but not shortchanging students?
It will vary. Some of them have gotten grants, and some of them may have made it a priority to pay for some of those extra hours, but it will vary from district to district.
Is that a conversation that y'all have with districts as we look at
We
what
always
districts
are
are
saying
doing?
you're going to pay for what you get, and teachers are called to a mission field, but at the same time, if you want to excel in raising student achievement, you're going to need to allocate resources for that. So yes, that is a message that we send.
I think we just see the trend that students are in school less, and that doesn't always equate, to outcomes, but it doesn't necessarily equate to positive outcomes. So I think as y'all are working with districts, think of creative ways so that they aren't shortchanging student instructional time.
And I do think that districts still have to meet the minimum amount of time for students to attend. But I do understand when you start changing a traditional time that parents are expecting to have their students in school, that is definitely a decision that has to be taken to the community.
And that's the parent, policymaker, and economic impact on a community as well.
Ms. Dunn, I have a question about the PLCs. I've heard about PLCs for a number of years, and I think I have a basic understanding of what the concept is, maybe not full understanding of it. But as you promote PLCs across the state, do you take a district that's maybe struggling or wanting to make great gains academically and match them with a school district leadership that is enjoying substantial academic success, and basically create a mentorship or sounding board for just matching them up for?
That was you hit the nail on the head for our regional meetings, because we tried to get people as much as possible locally. We threw up on the map that shows for your area, here are the fully implemented districts, here are some that are starting, and contact information was shared so that you can get with some of these districts, if you, at whatever level you are, to get additional expertise through the department or through these schools that are there.
Yeah, good. Well, I hope there'll be even follow-up and some level of informal accountability on that I can't think of a greater resource for a superintendent that's wanting to move out of the D and C range to the A and B range than to have regular communication with a superintendent that has his school or her schools there. So anyway, I appreciate the work y'all are doing.
Any other questions? Ms. Hunter?
This is like a super fundamental question. Is every school district part of your association?
Yes, it's a voluntary basis for them to join. It's not required, but yes, we have all districts on. We have so many resources that are there, free calls to attorneys, so many things that it's wise for them to just take a part of all those resources. They can pick and choose what they like.
You also help with policies for the district, is that correct?
Yes, that's one of the big things that we do. What we do is we try to look at school districts across the state at the board level and what do they need. And years ago, speaking of policies, when the legislature would meet, they would come out of session and there may be 30 or 40 or more policies that were required to meet the needs of the laws that were passed. So we have a model policy service now that we have that they can take. Here's the law, here's a model policy, you tweak it to fit your needs.
Yeah, very, very supportive, and very valued across the state by all the districts. Any other questions, comments? Ms. Wally?
I just want to end with a thank you. Again, thank you to the state board, and a thank you to all of the school board members out there for leading our schools, our communities, and ensuring high levels of learning for all students. So thank you, and thank you for your comments and your presentation today. And just know that we have not had any conversations, so there was not any coaching in any of this. He was awesome. So thank you very much, and appreciate your work.
Well, we want to thank the Hamburg District for sharing what you're doing with PLCs, and I think that there are districts all across the state that are doing great work for PLCs, and it's making a difference with students on the individual basis. And I know we've got a ways to go, and just like you said, we are putting that car together. But as a state board, we are trying to support the work. We are trying to model what you are doing by looking at data and being supportive of districts and schools of what they need to succeed. And we thank you, Ms. Wally, for your work and your hard work of putting this together for us. So thank you. All right. We are going to move around a little bit on our agenda, and we're going to go back to one of the first items that we had on the agenda was the consideration of employment of Commissioner of Education. And to do that, we are going to go into executive session for the purpose of considering this matter. While we're in there, we will discuss with Mr. Oliva, and we will invite him to join us for an interview. There will be no decisions made in the executive session, and there will be no votes taken in the session. And then we will come back out and make our decision in the open normal session. And so with that, we're going to move to room 201A, and we will probably be, I would say, at least Ms. Farino is going to give me some more instructions that I didn't do correct.
Ms. Newton, we would need a motion to adjourn to executive session, please, and a vote.
Okay, all right. So I will need a motion to adjourn to executive session.
Motion to adjourn to executive session.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Sutton,
I'll second that.
seconded by Mr. Wood.
Could I say something
Yes,
before we go into?
yes.
Ms. Noonan, and I know I briefly talked with you about it before, but, and we could probably spend an hour on the next thing, so I'll try not to do that at all. But I do want to say, before we go into this process, I want to say publicly, and I hope that he'll eventually hear this, my admiration for Mr. Key and the work he did for this department for the last 8 years. I'm very thankful for a lot of hard work, a lot of unseen hard work, moving the department in the correct direction. And he has laid a significant foundation for us to continue to build upon for the next commissioner, Secretary Oliva, to build upon. And but he took on some very difficult tasks and did them quite well. And the direction on RISE and the science of reading was a fundamental transformation in Arkansas education, and he should be given tremendous credit for that one day. So, Mr. Key, thank you very much for all your hard work.
Very, very well said, and I think it's echoed by this entire board how much we appreciate the hard work and the difference that he made in education in Arkansas. And you're very correct. He has laid a foundation for us to move forward. And so, whenever we come back, the vote will be in this room, and we will, I'm going to give you a chance to go to lunch, and so I would say we probably would not be back any earlier than 12:30 at the earliest. Would that be, that would give everybody time to go and get lunch too, okay? And we didn't vote, did we? Okay, so we had a motion and a second, and now we need to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we are going to move to room 201A for an executive session, and we will be back in about an hour or so. Mr. Wood, you seconded it. Is that correct? Okay. So Mr. Sutton made the motion. Yeah, I think it was good for us to visit. Well, I just thought it. All right, Dan says that we're ready to come back, and I apologize. I was only not quite an hour. I said 12:30, so just 55 minutes off. So I apologize, but we appreciate your patience with us today. We've had to play a lot of things by ear, but we've had a good day. So we are coming back out of executive session, and we are ready to consider a motion on the employment of Mr. Oliva as Commissioner of Education. Do I have a motion?
Can I make the motion since y'all make me make the ugly motions so
All right, go right ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that we hire Mr. Jacob Oliva as the Commissioner of K-12 Education for the state of Arkansas.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Wood. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have lots of seconds, so I think it may be a unanimous vote here in a minute. But we'll say Ms. Woods got that one as a second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. Welcome, Mr. Oliva. Come, and we'll give you an opportunity to make some comments. I know there's a lot of superintendents and principals and teachers that are watching and that want to hear you speak to them.
Sure. So first and foremost, thank you for this opportunity. It's truly exciting and humbling experience that I've gone through the last couple of days, and for you to solidify today's motion and unanimously support this decision is something that I take in high regard and truly appreciate. I look forward to supporting the schools throughout the state of Arkansas. I've actually been able to meet with some of the legislative delegations, some school superintendents. I've actually even talked to some parents and teachers already to hear about some of the wonderful work that's happening already, which is very exciting. I've been really fortunate to be welcomed by an incredible staff here at the department that is very talented and has been delightful in ensuring a smooth and easy transition. But I think there's also opportunities that we can work collaboratively on improving, and most of us saw some early executive orders that were signed into place by Governor Huckabee Sanders. She has proclaimed in her inauguration speech that she's going to be known as the Education Governor, and has really outlined a bold vision and blueprint for our state, referenced as the LEARNS Initiative, which really focuses on literacy, empowerment, accountability, readiness, networking, and safety. And in this executive order that was recently signed around the LEARNS Initiative, it tasked our agency to do some immediate work to roll up our sleeves to start pulling together some data and information that we can get, because this blueprint, this vision for improving learning throughout the state, I think is spot on, it's right, and we're excited to solidify that today by being able to move forward. And I look forward to collaborating with the board on our role on how we can help implement this vision as well.
Well, we appreciate you and your experience, and we are looking forward to working side by side and working with you. So thank you for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Wait, don't go away. Don't go away. You got to come back up here. I know you have someone with you that you would like to introduce to us today.
Yeah, so in the audience here with me today is my wife, Rebecca Oliva, and we're working on a little transition timeline. This has been quite the whirlwind the last few weeks. So we also have two children. I have a daughter who's a freshman at the university level, but also have a son in 8th grade. So we're looking forward to bringing our son here to Arkansas and enrolling in one of our local schools, and being an active participant in the community, not only as kind of a practitioner lens, but also as a parent. So this is something that we're really excited to do.
Well, we want to say thank you for sharing your husband and your family with us here in Arkansas. We're very appreciative. And as a wife of a man that's going to be very busy the next few weeks. Well, I know he appreciates your support.
I too have an 8th grade son, and so I would love for my son to be your son's first friend here in Arkansas.
That would be great, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
He's welcome anytime.
Yeah. So we want to get a picture with
Okay.
the board and you, and and this is everybody. Oh, wow. Okay. So all of you come on, and we're going to get a picture.
I don't think so. We have Jessica. I don't think we're good.
You know what that means?
Oh, we should be out by then. Yeah, we should be fine. Yeah. All right. Okay. Mr. Sutton is reminding me we're on a timeline, so we're moving along. Okay. All right. We are now, we need, Ms. Sharon, are you sure? Okay, so you're okay. All right, so we're going to move on to the reports. First of all, let me make sure, did we have any new business that we need to bring before the board? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to the report section of the board. Do any board members have something that you would like to report that you participated in this last month? Okay. Then our Teacher of the Year, Ms. Salm, I think you may have had something going on this last month.
It's been a month. Let me see if I can get that share. Perfect. And then I will go into slideshow. Wonderful. Okay, so I felt like this month was going to be really a small report because there was the winter break for 2 weeks, but I really found when I was preparing this and working on this, there was a lot of moments. And I think moments can just be so definitive of a season. And so I had some emotional moments this month, and I'm not a super emotional person, so if I get choked up, I apologize. But when I left here in December, I shared a sneak peek for January for what I'd be able to share with you this month. And so I showed ornaments and the opportunity I had to go to the White House and see students' ornaments that we had created, self-portraits displayed in the White House. And the one in the center is my daughter's, and that was a picture from, I think, a Washington Post article. And I was like, that one looks familiar. Is that one of my students? And it was my own child's. And so I was super excited to go and find my students. And so these were some of the state teachers of the year that were able to go. Not everyone submitted the self-portraits or were able to travel, but that was the group that was able to go. And then a dear friend of mine that's a teacher in South Carolina joined me there. She drove up and met me at the last minute. And so this is one of those moments, and this is probably one of the moments as an educator I will never forget. You all know that I'm a special education teacher, and the ornament on the left is a student of mine, Michael's, and you can see on the center, they put the student's name on the back and the state and the age. And I did not tell all the parents that I submitted these self-portraits because I didn't know would we see them. I certainly did not know we'd get to go. And so when I found Michael's, I was taking pictures and I text messaged his mom. And Michael's one of those students, when he came to me, he's the one they said he won't talk, he can't. And he's one of the students who can do anything. And when I called his mom and I said, I found his ornament, I want to show you, I was sending pictures. And I said, Michael is in the White House. And she showed him the text because he can read. He's an amazing reader. And he looked at her and he said, of course I am. And I thought, that is a student who's been told he can. He hasn't been hearing that he can't or he won't. He knows that he can. And so to hear he's in the White House was not a shock to him. And it was one of those things I told her, I said, that was the best part of my day, to hear that from him. And then again, there's my daughters on the right that I was able to find. It was amazing, and it was such an opportunity for me as an educator. I was just in such awe to see all of these students' artwork represented from all over our country. There's another picture of my friend Michelle and I outside of the White House, and then Senator Bozeman was gracious enough to host me at the Senate dining room for lunch that day before I left. And so one thing I wanted to share, I know we have some friends from Pine Bluff here. He had a staffer there that was from Pine Bluff, and when that got brought up, he said, I know they've had struggles with their school district. I said, let me stop you right there. Let me tell you about the good stuff that's happening in Pine Bluff. Let me tell you about Eloise Shorter, who is the top 4 finalist for State Teacher of the Year. Let me tell you about the Limited Authority Board, the community there that's happening. I said, so don't hear all the negative, hear the good. And those are things I would not be able to say if I did not have this opportunity in this seat. So I want you to know how powerful that is, and that I can go and speak to people who are making these decisions, who know these things but don't get to go into the schools as much as we do, who don't get to be in the communities every day and share the good things that are happening in our state. I was also able to talk to them about some of the things involving the air base and the needs there for childcare in the community. And again, to be able to leverage my voice for our state and for education is very powerful. This was also another tree outside of the Capitol. All the states had individual trees, and so that was the one. I think Little Rock School District had ornaments decorating the tree there. I was able to visit Friendship Public Charter School in DC. The State Teacher of the Year, Dominique Foster, is a preschool teacher there. And when Governor Sanders was running for office, she had a meeting where she had some people from education meet and talk at a round table about issues in Arkansas. And I sat next to a gentleman, and I cannot remember his name, but he told me, if you're ever in DC and you get to go to Friendship Charter School, the preschool teacher that's the State Teacher of the Year, you have to see this classroom. And so while I was there, before I flew home, I went to her school. I saw what was happening. I sat with her students, and it was wonderful. It is so good to see what's happening in schools, not just in our state, but across our nation, and see the impact of a powerful early childhood program and what those students are able to do with teachers and paraprofessionals who love them and teach them and are giving them opportunities to grow and learn in such amazing and unique ways. The little girl sitting right next to me, she was so sweet. She kept leaning over. She's like, I need to talk to you. And she would whisper really close. I was like, yes. She's like, do you love my hair? And I'm like, oh, I love your hair. I mean, it was just over and over. And I loved, if you go back to this picture, these were some of the other teachers that went with me. And she said, is this your family? I said, it is some of my family, and just, I love being in schools. I love students and seeing what they're doing. And those moments are just so powerful. I was able to go to some different elementary schools with someone dressed up as the Grinch, and I was able to be Cindy Lou Who and open car doors and spend time with students. We were able to go to the Alternative Learning School in Cabot and be with those students who don't always get a lot of fun, positive visits, and that was really special. The principal there, I called, I said, do you have time for us? And she was like, please come and see our students. And so that was fun. The Grinch almost got his mask ripped off there, but that was okay. Like, who's under there? But it was a lot of fun. I was able to skate through Central Elementary, the preschool in Cabot, and be with those students. And this is the school that I actually did an internship in, I think in 2009. So to be able to go back and be with those teachers and those students was really neat. And the teachers whose classroom I'm in, it was recently accepted into the pre-K special education program going through ADE. And so sharing with her and collaborating with her on how to support some of our diverse learners. And that same afternoon, I went to Jacksonville Middle School to their community learning class. They were having a shared meal for the holidays. That building is absolutely beautiful and has the best concrete floors ever to skate on. And so all of their students wanted to race over and over, and I wish you could see the joy. If you go to my Teacher of the Year Facebook page, the joy in the student who's in the wheelchair's face. He was struggling to communicate that he just wanted to race me in his wheelchair over and over. I was exhausted by the time I left, but it was so much fun. And again, I love when a school's like, please bring your skates and skate our beautiful floors and just be with our students. It was a fantastic day. And then that same day, it was a very busy one. I was at Arch Ford and speaking with their specialists on how they can better support schools and school leaders with inclusive practices. They want to support the schools and they need more help and more information. So to be able to work with those co-ops and provide them with some resources and ideas for professional development and how to support their administrators is really great. And of course, they have one of the dogs that goes and trains Archie and goes and trains other school dogs as well. So that's always fun to see. And then on the one picture, there's 3 different Arkansas Teacher of the Year in one picture, which is really, really nice. I think Karen was 20 years, 15 years ago maybe? Karen, it's been a while.
Yeah.
So I think 2012, 22, and I'm not sure how. So you got a lot of years there of Arkansas Teachers of the Year. I was also able to visit one of my former students. You can see the picture when he was in my class for the last year, and now he's taller than me. And so, again, I think these partnerships with families are just critical. I've kept in touch with his grandmother, and I said, what will I bring to school for food-wise that he'll be willing to sit down and want to share a meal with me? And so when I showed up, I kind of crept around the corner. I said, hi, Miss Psalm, what are you doing here? I was like, I have Wendy's. And so we were able to sit down and share a meal and just be together. And I love the growth there and seeing what he's doing at the junior high level after being with me in 4th grade was really, really cool. Those relationships we form with parents and with students, they don't stop when they leave our classrooms. And I think I'm able to see those impacts and how those relationships continue more and more every year. I was also able to speak to seniors who are going into their internship at Arkansas State Beebe, which is where I did my undergrad degree. And Dr. Filipino and Dr. McMurtry were both 2 of my professors 12, 13 years ago. And so to be able to go back and speak to their seniors and talk to those student teachers about to enter the classrooms and start impacting lives every day was really meaningful. I really see the importance of investing in these future teachers, the Ed Rising program, and then our student teachers. It's so important because this is the time, again, I know I've said it, they don't have the biases yet. They don't have the set mentalities. We have an opportunity and a responsibility to shape their mindsets of the power they have entering the classrooms. And then I got to stay home for the holidays, which was really wonderful. I did include a picture of a Christmas card from the White House because I probably will never get that again, but I got it this year. And then we were able to visit the Capitol and see the lights. And I speak a lot about joy and returning joy to the teaching profession. So I loved those banners in there. My parents came in town and were able to walk them through, and it's beautiful at Christmas. So that was a great time to go. And then when I just got back from Tuesday, I think, I'm trying to remember, Tuesday, I just got home from the college football championship. I'm still kind of on cloud 9 from that experience. We had a teacher heart out professional development one day, but it was a lot of really just fun opportunities to network and be celebrated as educators. My husband was able to go with me, which was the first event he's been able to actually attend, and I think he picked a good one. Yeah, he did. He was like, I'm finally benefiting from this. Yeah, football. And so we just had so much fun. There was events every night. The welcome ceremony, there was the trophy there. We had Taste of LA, where they had chefs from all over the city come in and prepare food. I made him run a 5K with me, which that was not what he was looking forward to, but he did it. And then we got to go to the football game. It was raining. If you were watching, it was starting to rain, and the gentleman who helps head the foundation, the College Football Playoff Foundation, said, absolutely not. We're not going to have these teachers stand outside in the rain. So they got us all into the YouTube VIP free party ahead of time, which was just unbelievable. And then those are the state teachers of the year on the field. I got very emotional in that moment, and they showed videos of our military and during our national anthem, and they had a video of some troops at Camp Arifjan, which is the place my husband was at before this last one that he was deployed to for 7 months. And it was just, I cried. I was very emotional about that. It's the last event for many of the 2022 teachers, and it's the last national event for all of us. And so most of them are heading back into really normal life for them as educators now. So it's exciting that I had that moment, but I still know I have lots of time to keep seeing and impacting education in Arkansas. But again, anytime I'm with that group, Secretary Cardona took time to come and speak to all the teachers. The second gentleman came and met with us, and just, again, to be educators celebrated on the biggest college football field, biggest game of the year was pretty incredible. And then this is kind of what I want to leave with today. This press release just went out this afternoon. I was selected as one of 60 people from the U.S. that is going to be a Presidential Leadership Scholar.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm really excited.
Yay.
I'll be in DC at the end of January, and then throughout the last 6 months of my sabbatical, each month I'll be in a different presidential library learning leadership skills from these different presidents, Clinton, both Bush and Johnson. It's going to be an incredible opportunity, and I'm really working with Don Kamenar from the department on making sure that the services we provide our military-connected families through that MIC-3 compact really gets into the hands of our military families. For many, many years, I have supported my husband and been a key spouse at the Air Base and been really involved, and I didn't know the things that were there to support our families. I have friends who have chosen to be separated from a parent or a spouse so their child could remain in school when there are protections in place to help these students. We just have to make sure the families know about them and utilize them. And Arkansas does that program better than so many other places. So I'm going to hopefully be working and get that into a policy that we can make sure our families get what they need, because our military-connected children should never have to sacrifice their education for their parents' service.
Yes.
And so I am so excited about this. It's just a great way to add on to this experience in this program. So I'll be sharing with that each month what I'm learning and what I'm doing. And that's it. That is my report for the month. So
That's it, huh?
That's it. More next month.
Wonderful. We are so proud of you, and congratulations. That's awesome. That's wonderful. All right. The legislative report, Ms. Smith?
And can I mention something
Sure.
while Stacy's coming up? We have our new education liaison with the governor's office here with
Okay.
us today. You probably didn't realize she was new because she's a familiar face, but Morgan Warbington is here, and Morgan has been working with us in the past with our computer science division, that she's going to be working with the governor's office. So she'll be here at a lot of meetings, and I wanted to make sure the board members all knew that.
Stand up, Morgan, so everybody can see you. Congratulations. We're glad you're here.
All right, well, you guys are almost done. Stacy Smith, Deputy Commissioner. Quickly going to go over, I'm not going to read to you the reports or go over everything in the reports, but I did want to lift some things up that were in the reports that I think are important. First, I wanted to just touch base on Marvel Elaine. Okay, so they had a community meeting last week. I got to attend, presented to the community. There was probably about 100 people there. It was well attended. Had other folks from the other districts, surrounding districts there, which I thought was good. Several other superintendents showed up. I attribute that to Dr. Ray and her ability to reach out, contact, invite. It was a tough, okay, but I will say that Dr. Ray did an outstanding job organizing, facilitating. We had solid questions for an hour. But it was conducted in a manner that made the community proud, I think. I think Dr. Ray did an excellent job. Had to answer a lot of tough questions, had to talk about. Go ahead. This is a community, they're grieving the loss of their school district. And we recognize that the school district in this community kind of is the community. Okay, there's not a lot of business, there's not a lot of, there's industry. And so the declining community population has been difficult. And, Marvel has the Mustangs and Marvel Elaine, when they consolidated, that's their school. And there's a lot of alumni very proud of their school. And I don't know that some of the alumni realize, the state that the school is in right now as far as their academics and their student performance. And so having those conversations and, talking about the number of years this has been going on, I just don't think they were aware of how the crisis that their kids are in. So that's tough. That was tough. But we just said what had to be said, and they asked good questions. I do expect that, when March comes around, that there'll be a crowd here. There are some who are on this concept of Save Our School District, and we talked about how really the decision is final, and their energy needs to be put towards what's next for their kids, because their kids are worth so much, right? And deserve so much. And so what are the opportunities that they want for their children? And those are the conversations they need to be having with the school districts around them. Is what are the opportunities that you have for our children? All the school districts in the Delta area are losing kids. So wow, what a price. You've got 300 kids to invite into your school. What an opportunity. So that's what we talked about. I will say that the OCSS office, we've contracted with Alfred Hogan. He's a former superintendent that actually consolidated a district with Marion School District, did a nice job with that. He's from the Delta region, and so I've contracted with him for a certain number of hours each week to push in and work directly with Dr. Ray to assist her. So that's going well. He has started. I've also reached out to Mike Hernandez at AAEA, just for him to take, he was in the role that I'm in prior, and has done this several times. And so I just reached out to him about reaching out to those superintendents in that region and helping facilitate conversations between those superintendents and discussions to have. It's real easy for communities to feel like they're protecting their community, but words matter. Yes. And then all of a sudden you feel like you have a group of kids who are not wanted, and we don't want that to happen. We want this to be a good transition. We want this to be something positive. And in the end, we want kids to be educated. So that's what we're working towards. So that's kind of some progress on Marble. Do you have a question?
They will be back in front of our board in March. Is that what you said?
They should. Okay, they're supposed to submit a plan to the state board by March of a consolidation plan for your consideration. And then you will determine whether you agree with that plan or not. And if you don't, then you would direct us to, create a plan.
Okay, and that's written by the superintendent and school board?
Yes.
And so they'll all be here? Okay.
Okay. And we have supported them in, we've worked with Office of Arkansas GIS. They've created multiple maps. We've plotted where all the kids live. We've done maps of the highways between. It's just such a unique thing. You look at a map and you go, oh, this is a close district. Yes. And then you realize there's no bridge over the river to get to that district. Okay? And so what seems logical just looking at a map, when you start laying out the highways and where kids live, it's not as easy as that. And so we've done several different maps. We've done several different, we've done time to different districts. Our finance unit has pulled all their finance information together for them as a package. So as we bring superintendents together, they have information to answer some tough questions. Okay? So we're moving on that still. I feel like we're making progress. I will tell you, we are making some very aggressive steps towards supporting the district in this last semester. A lot of times when our office goes in to directly support, we're trying to create, we're trying to build capacity. In this case, what we're trying to do is we're trying to push in with some really good resources and instruction for students. We're looking at a literacy program Now. You probably were familiar with that with Dr. Conway. We're talking with them a little bit about doing some contract work for providing direct instruction to students. It's a program that generally is one-on-one for students with dyslexia. I visited with him the other day about doing small groups, 4-to-1 and one-on-one for our high school kids who need direct instruction for literacy. So we're looking at using some of that small group as some of that direct instruction for all of our elementary, and then for individual students in the high school as needed through the second semester in this summer. So those negotiations and contract pieces are being worked out right now. I also basically did an all-call to all the co-ops of the state. And I basically said, we got kids who need you. I've made a calendar. I've asked for them to send at least 4 to 5 staff to come to the school district. Everybody's adopting a week. I'm creating a framework of the curriculum, and we're going to push in some teachers into classrooms to co-teach with their existing staff in some of our core areas, and try to get some high quality instruction going on in those classrooms for this last couple of months. So school's not over. School is not closed. And we've got some teaching to do, and we've got some kids who have some learning to do. And so trying to be aggressive about that approach. Any questions there?
Can I ask what, if anything, is there a plan for the educators that are currently teaching there? Is there supports in place for them?
That's a great question, and that actually was asked the other night at the community. That needs to be a part of our transition plan, okay? Everything from helping teachers prepare a resume, practicing interviews, figuring out what professional development they need to be going in this summer. You know, everybody in the Delta is looking for teachers. You know, this is, again, an area where these teachers are struggling, okay? So they do need some support. Helping establish some interview evenings or nights, or for them to visit with the superintendent that actually pulls in those kids. So yes, that needs to be a part of the plan. It's a good question. And it's an easy one to forget as we were going through this. So you keep asking me about it. I appreciate that.
I guess I do just want to commend you then for leaning in on finishing the year strong there. It would be so easy to just default to how do we close this place down and focus on closing the doors. But thank you so much for caring enough about the kids to organize the co-ops the way you're doing it and all that. I know it's a lot of work and a lot of organization, but those kids, they're worth it. And so thank you for doing that.
They are worth it. That's why you make the hard decisions that you make, right? Yep. Okay, so let's talk about Helena, West Helena. So we have we appointed a new superintendent there in July. That's when the state put him in state authority, and Keith McGee went in. And so in his plan, I did link his 100-day summary. He's done a lot of work these first 100 days in the district. Really a lot of just getting some structures and some organization in place. One of the things that we still see, even though we did do a lot of organization with their human capital and where teachers were teaching, we still have more work to do there. Okay, special education is still a concern. Services providing directly, they do have an action plan for improvement, and they're not going to meet it within their 90 days. And so I've directed my staff from our special ed office, I don't care about you going in and monitoring to see if they made the plan or not. They're not making it. We know they're not making it. Quit monitoring and get in there and start working. And so that's kind of that flip spot for us. You know, our job was to go in and monitor, and we've got kids who are struggling. And so I don't need you monitoring. I need you to help them figure out how to get the folders done. We recognize they're not going to meet it, so we're going to rewrite another action plan, and they're going to get their the hand slapped for that. But that's just where we are. Okay, so that's an area we're still leaning heavily into. On curriculum with the science of reading, they brought in 95% group for the high school, trying to hit that morphology piece in the secondary classrooms, which I think is important. It's a slow start. We've got a lot of professional development and support given to teachers to make that happen. I will say as a highlight, they have made a partnership with UAMS for a pathway starting in elementary school, building science, STEM, medical leaders in our future, starting in the elementary school. You would like that, wouldn't you? Yeah, you think that's pretty good, cool. We are looking at doing some reorganization as far as his central office staff. That was something that we have learned as we're working with districts in state authority. Just putting the one superintendent in without some proper support, it's difficult to get things done. And so we are looking at some reorganization of that. Okay, Earl, go ahead.
Do you want to say questions till the end? Or?
No, you have questions.
Actually, go. Okay. I was glad to hear the partnership with UAMS. What other CTE opportunities are there for students, and is that something y'all are working with them?
So they do have a local partnership with the Community Technical Center that's there. Is that which center would that be off the top of my head? Ross, no. Yeah, and Sheila, are you online by any chance?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
So Sheila Whitlow, yeah. So what are the other CTE opportunities that we have at Helena, West Helena?
So on campus right now, I'm working on that right now. So on campus right now, we're teaching a TV and radio. That's that's all day long. We have sections for that for different broadcasting options, and then also just our business classes facts. But they do have several offerings at Phillips County Community College. So we have students going there, morning classes, and then again, we have buses that transport them out there in the afternoon as well.
If y'all don't know Sheila Whitlow, she's an assistant state superintendent with the Office of Coordinated State Support and spends most of her time at Lee County and Helena, West Helena. She's fantastic. Does a lot of work.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Sheila. And then as far as literacy curriculum in elementary school, what does that look like? You noted the 95% that y'all feel strong about.
Yeah, they have adopted curriculum that aligns to the science of reading. Is that Foundations and Wit and Wisdom?
They use 95% group for both PA and phonics, and then top of the rope is Wonders.
Okay.
And yeah, Open Court.
Okay.
And then they're using 95% group also for their tier 2 interventions.
Thank you.
There's still a lot of work to do. When we were discussing the other day about quality of instruction in the classroom and interventions being provided, the elementary school at this point seems to kind of be a step ahead. High school is still trying to get their, still doing a lot of work.
When we have a district and takeover like this, I would be interested in hearing about us implementing the future teacher pathways in these school districts. Seems like,
We do have them in some of ours, yes.
We do, and do we have them here?
Sheila, do we have the teacher pathway at Helena?
Are you referring to Educator Rising or?
Any of them?
Yes, we do. And have been working with also, again, Phillips County Community College and speaking with, I believe her name is Dr. Rogers, about some other options for possibly looking even at the residency program.
Stacey, has the state offered any stipends or loan forgiveness or considered any type of financial enhancements to get certified teachers to areas like this?
So.
Yes, Carl said.
Carly, you want to come talk about that?
Bring some handouts up here?
No. Carly Saraceni, Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. We do have a few incentives, and we have the high priority bonus currently, and we've had it on the books for years, several years. And it's for districts that have less than 1,000, which they meet that, 80% free and reduced lunch. And we have an allocation of about 2.1 million. We have about 18 districts that fit that category and about 900 teachers a year that benefits from it. How it works is the first year you would get a $5,000 bonus if you're a classroom teacher. The second year, $4,000. The third year, $4,000. And then from that year, going on forever, $3,000. Currently, we run about $1 million shortfall every year. To fully fund it would cost about $3 million or so, and we only have $2.1 million currently for funding. So we have to prorate it. We take the number of teachers, and usually the 5,000 gets a little over 4,000, and the 4 gets 3 something, kind of like that. But it does kind of level that playing field, because it is an incentive for you to come and work in those smaller, high needs district. And then we also have in the master principal for principals that complete master principal, and every year we have those recognition that they have completed phase 3 and been designated. If you go and work in a high needs area, you get an extra $25,000 a year. But since we've had that, I think 2 people over 9 years has ever taken us up on that.
What was that? $25,000?
Yes. For working in a high, if you get designated and work in your current district, it's $9,000. across the state. So there are incentives. Also, we have really session, and I may quote this because I don't have it in front of me, I think it was 2017, they re-looked at national board, and I'm looking at Dr. Pfeffer because she probably can, I think it was 2017. They re-looked at the national board and the stipends that we present, and if you're in a high needs district, you get $5,000. If you're in a high needs district and a high needs school, you get 5 more. So you could potentially get up to $100,000 if you're a national board teacher over and stay in that high needs district and high needs school. So we do have incentives out there. We have worked really hard in trying to make sure and partnered with some higher ed and really doing the academies that we've been using the ESSER funds for. We've been doing that with MBCT with leftover categorical funds there to support it and really focusing on the high needs districts so that they could go through and have support to get national board, because we all know a highly effective teacher is going to impact student achievement more than anything. So we do have some things out there. We have loan forgiveness.
And I was going to mention that too for through the Division of Higher Ed, the STEP is a loan forgiveness program, and that would apply to a teacher teaching in a content shortage area or a geographic shortage area, and we're going to be updating you all more on that next month. We'll have a report around the shortage areas and some of those other licensure pieces.
And we even do incentives for reimbursement for taking the praxis in those high needs areas that comes out of my office. So we try to incentivize as much as we can.
I agree. You probably told us that before, but I forgot.
Oh, that's okay.
Pretty good.
Carly, I have a question.
Yes.
So, and I may have misunderstood what you said, but, you know, when you were talking about the 2.1 million that you have available.
Yes.
And you have a shortfall
Yes.
in that fund.
Yes.
But we still don't have enough teachers in those districts.
Correct.
So if we were successful in getting, tell me if I'm thinking it's right.
Okay.
If we are successful in filling those positions, then our shortfall would be even greater.
Yes.
And so the incentive would be smaller. So it doesn't seem like we're really set up for success financially from that incentive. And I know I'm not in my lane at this point talking about funding, but I just want to make sure I was understanding.
Well, I
Yes.
think they would have to appropriate more money. Is that so?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, they're
Yeah.
already.
I think this is a great thing to put, I'm going to put this on the list for the new secretary. I think that's a great plan.
But it is legislated, so then it would have to be legislated. Yes.
Just want to make sure.
Yes.
And can I ask on that? Are those teachers in those high need schools automatically getting that money, or do they have to seek out an application?
No, we do that, we verify it. But first we have to look who qualifies, because every year you have to make sure that they meet the 80% free and reduced lunch as a district.
And the
But
number
that's
of districts
interesting.
has grown a little bit over time, and so yes, we have started looking at that, and Mr. Rogers, we've had conversations about what that need is regarding appropriation for that program, but there'll be a lot of things that we're looking at, I'm sure, coming up with the incentive piece.
Yeah, because when we're talking about teacher salaries, that's never mentioned in that, and I wonder if at times that might make the district stay lower salary, knowing that they're going to get that. There are all the unintended consequences, but I think that's something that hopefully can be broadcast more as we're talking about, you know, if I'm a teacher candidate, do I know that I'm going to get this bonus going to this school versus another school?
Yes, and they try to, I know that Lee County has done a really good job because they meet those qualifications, they really utilize that in recruitment.
I
Mr.
just
Woods?
say one thing, I hear what you say about staying in our lane, and I think that it's very important, you know. But having said that, I also think that it's important, because it's easy for any legislators that are watching this or whatever to hear us make a comment about we need additional funding, that they can easily dismiss that as, oh, there's the education board asking for more money, you know. And, you know, I might do that with other people I hear asking for more money. But I do think that we can, at a high level, you know, study the issue and provide information to decision makers so that they can be well informed that, wow, look at this heat map of where the need is for teachers. How do we get teachers in those areas? And some of it is creative thinking, and some of it is good old, you know, competitiveness in salaries and bringing people to that area. So I'm very concerned about this issue, as you know. I'm not going to step into the lane of telling the legislators what they should do, but studying it and talking with them about it lets them have good information, you know, on how and when they're making those decisions.
Would it help you if we made a map that we could share where these 18 districts reside across the state?
I don't disagree with that. I'm not sure, though. My thought would be that there's probably a need greater than 18 school districts, and the idea that it's only 18 would be surprising to me. That when you look at the need in almost the entire southeast, almost half of Arkansas, I know they need a lot of support to get quality education. It's one of the reasons that compelled us to take the action that we did in Marvel Elaine, because they literally had no one in some of those classes. There were students at Marvel Elaine High School that never had a human being in the classroom all day long. That's why we have situations like Marvel Elaine, and I know that's complicated, and I might be stepping out of my lane, but we have a crisis that we have to come up with solutions for.
Dr. Pepper?
So I definitely think we'll be working to put together a report around all of the data. Josh McGee is doing a really good job of pulling together, our Chief Information Officer is pulling together data for us to be able to bring to you. We'll have time to work with Secretary Oliva and really get good information, because like you said, it's when you have good information that you're able to make good decisions. So that'll be something that we work on.
Well, it's not just a matter of getting it to us. I mean, more importantly, that it's getting to the representatives so that they have solid information to make their pitch and get the support of others to, you know, get this stuff like this type of funding, special funding, approved.
Well, and I do think that's part of the role of the Department of Education. So as we're listening to you today, as we're listening and we're looking at our data and what's telling us, I mean, those are things when we're doing our budgets and we're asking for appropriation. I mean, that's part of our role as the Department of Education. Right. So, you know, I think we've heard you today, and I think those are some good conversations that we'll have to go back and have.
Okay. You ready to move on to Pine Bluff? Or you want to go to Earl?
No, let's go to Pine Bluff. We've got our Pine Bluff crowd
right
here. I told Mr. Roth and Mrs. Roth they weren't here last month, and I was worried about them. But they've been traveling. They've been to California, to Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to get and see some family, so we're glad they're back with us today. Pine Bluff, there's a lot going on in Pine Bluff. One, you guys did establish a new limited authority board that they are having their board training tomorrow.
Okay, good.
Okay, so Arkansas School Boards Association is conducting that training. So there'll be some decision points made tomorrow as far as when their first meeting is going to be, things like that. But they're having their training. So that's positive, and that's movement towards that local control with their own limited authority board. I did want to lift up that 4 of the Pine Bluff schools were recognized for beating the odds honors and recognized for the best growth scores overall by the Office of Education Policy. So we are seeing growth in the district. We still have a long ways to go. I'm happy to brag about growth, but our achievement level is still extremely low. But I think those are positive signs. The big thing to point out is we did appoint a new superintendent, Ms. Jennifer Barbary, who worked for my team on OCSS. She began to be the superintendent in Pine Bluff on December 20th, and she will continue to be the Pine Bluff superintendent for the remainder of the semester and next year. Okay?
All right, so let's pause here for just a second. We do have people here that want to make public comments, so I do need a motion from the board if you would like to hear public comment, and they're all on the Pine Bluff School District. Okay, I have a motion by Ms. McFettridge. Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor to hear public comment? Any opposed? All right. So welcome, Ms. Rosalind Moser, you're up first.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I hope you've all had a good holiday. Rosalind Mauser, volunteer with Pine Bluff School District Unified Stakeholders. Thank you for all the progress we've made. I liked what the comment was from Hamburg, that not admitting where you are doesn't get you where you want to go. Mm-hmm. Before I do that, let me welcome the Oliva family. Yes. We're glad you're here. Yes. We look forward to having you in Pine Bluff. We have made a lot of progress. You know, we're working to get people involved. Every time I hear an idea, I turn to Trammell and I say, we got to do that, we got to do that. So we've got a lot of work to do. We are delighted about the Limited Authority Board. We know they're meeting tomorrow. We're excited about that. And once we get the schedule of their board meetings, we are working on a group of our people from the unified stakeholders to be present, to be not critical, but maybe, but certainly to be there as a resource for them. You know, constructive criticism helps all of us grow, doesn't it? But we'll look to their leadership and then also suggest ways that all the way from the business community to partnering with our school district, which has been absent for a very long time, things like that. We are very excited that Superintendent Barberie has, quote, come home. As you know, she was in Watson Chapel for quite some time. So let me mention one thing that we need to, well, first of all, I think Jessica is our new cheerleader, so thank you very much for that. We've gone a second basketball season. You may know that we're #1 Division 5 South, right, Trammell? Basketball team. We just finished hosting King Cotton, which was a grand success, and we've got the playoffs at our Pine Bluff Convention Center, which is great. Daybreak 7 was at the Pine Bluff High School this morning. They've hired someone you may know, Melinda Mayo. She graduated from Pine Bluff High. I graduated from Pine Bluff High. And she took back Ryan Houston. He's much younger than I am. He wasn't there when I was there. But anyway, they were at the high school this morning. So that's really great. If it's on Facebook, you might want to check that out. But we've gone through a second basketball season, and we don't have working restrooms in our gym at McFadden Gym. We've known about it, and it's not done. They're, quote, working on it. Now, how you have any students in a building at any school, in any state in the United States of America, without working restrooms, someone needs to explain that to me. It's not like it was a secret. Can't be in there very long without knowing it's a problem. So I don't know what needs to be done. I hope Superintendent Barberie is aware of it. Trammell has been in them for the last 2 years, off and on. So we need help from wherever it needs to come from to get that problem solved. So other than that, everything is really good, and we're excited about a new day.
I saw Ms. Smith writing furiously when you said that, so I think she heard it.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your time and your work for us.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Howell.
Good evening, afternoon. I thank you. Y'all know I am Trammell Howell. I'm a parent first. I tell them all the time. PTO president of Pine Bluff High School and a part of the Unified Board, and have been diligently on Pine Bluff School District about us moving forward, because I take responsibility and I tell them all that, you know, we didn't do it soon enough, you know, and so therefore I can accept that. But then, you know, I know that we're all going to move forward, and we've been moving forward. And I thank Ms. Stacy Smith for always answering my questions when I thought, because I know I email a lot. I try not to email you guys. You know, you don't get anything much from me. So, yeah, but I try to stay in my lane some when it comes to, but welcome. With Pine Bluff, yes, we are there, we are ready and continuing to move forward. So I just wanted to say that, you know, our campus has truly made a drastic change from last year to this year, and it's still changing. The dynamics of our campus and, with the security and with Pine Bluff community in itself going 3 months with no, homicides and all of that kind of stuff, so that tells us that we are all working together, from our sheriff department to police department with our school district, we're all in this thing together for us to be better. And so I want you guys to always remember that. And the main thing that I'm here for is because I don't want us to continue to waste our tax dollars. And I feel like that's what we are by keeping the Dollar Way school districts open. And I hope that is on Ms. Barbara Reed's schedule to really look at that. Keeping those 9 buildings open with the amount of kids that we have, when everybody at Dollar Way High School could plop inside of one building and we still wouldn't even know they were there if we put them together. But these students are used to, they know each other. So it's not like, you're bringing strangers together, putting them together so that we can move forward and have one heck of a basketball team, one heck of a football team, one heck of a sporting event, with the Pine Bluff School District. We definitely need to stop that and pull us. We need to come together. And I know that's one of the things that's on the limited board to definitely decide, our place for our new school, because I know we are definitely ready for that, for our new school to be done. So, and then we need to make sure that we are holding our feet to the fire when it comes to, we have 2 schools, 2 colleges. We have Southeast Arkansas College and UAPB that we are supposed to be partnering with, but we are not following through. We're making sure we've missed the whole semester of our students being able to have college credits when we're supposed to have a partnership with them. Now they are ready because they call me on a regular saying they're ready. Where are we? Where are the students? We, Pine Bluff School District, got to make sure that we're doing our part to get us there this semester. So those are the 2 main things that I want them to get those credits to graduate and for us to move together as one. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your information. All right. Ms. Wright. Welcome back, Ms. Wright.
Good evening and welcome, Secretary Oliva. I told somebody that I think when they did talk phonics in school, I must have been talking. And my constructive criticism or remarks would be from a different standpoint. Because as you know, I am a 41-year educator. I spent about 35 years in the classroom. I spent 4 years as a math coach, a secondary math specialist. So I have an insight of the accountability and how the assessment goes. So therefore, I would like to solicit Mr. Olivas and our newly elected education governor, Sanders, in your transformational leadership to provide equal access to all educators, all schools and students, so that we all may experience equal success to be college and career ready. I am deeply concerned because I have observed in the past 7 years in my roles that we have annexed, consolidated, reprimanded our schools of color, and I've come to the conclusion that some of these have been systemic mechanisms that undermine the accountability of the Every Student Succeed Act. They did not provide equal opportunities for all teachers to prepare their students to be college and career ready. They ultimately projected our schools as failing to promote the agenda of school choice and charter schools. The systemic mechanism included the selection of the ACT expired summative assessments in 2015, the Arkansas business rules for calculating the ESSA school indexes of Arkansas schools, the Arkansas educational support and accountability systems. The ACT expired assessments were selected to undermine that the Every Student Succeed Act required high-quality assessments as being essential to effectively educate our students, measuring progress, and to promote equity. In 2015, our Governor Hutchinson push that the Park summative assessment be removed in 1 month. The evaluation of the ACT Expire assessment didn't take place until 2019. The Park assessments were aligned with the Common Core standards and Arkansas standards. The ACT Expire assessment was the 3rd state assessment in 3 years. Arkansas teachers were able to utilize educator resources using released Park assessments items to prepare their students for mid-year and summative assessment. But not all educators in Arkansas have been privileged to teacher resources of released ACT Aspire assessments. This prohibited us from our students performing and promoting equity in our schools. Again, Mr. Scaliva, I would like for you to work with us to make sure that all assessments are equitable and they promote equal opportunities for success, because that has not been done the last 7 years. And that's why we have our schools of color. We have not seen any release items to the ACT Aspire. We were told if we looked at them, we would lose our certification. But yet, other teachers have seen them.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Wright?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Secretary Jacob Oliva and Ms. Newton and the entire Arkansas Board of Education. I am Judas Wright, Pine Bluff District stakeholder. I also feel that the Pine Bluff School District was denied consolidation. It concerns us that our newly elected governor, the Honorable Sarah Huckabee Sanders, according to the KNWA, stated that 35% of Arkansas third graders read at the appropriate grade level. According to the 2022 ACT Aspire assessment, we are concerned if Governor Sanders knows that the ACT Aspire is only given in the state of Arkansas and not all educators was privileged to the manner in which the students would be assessed. Pine Bluff School District was annexed into Pine Bluff School District instead of consolidation, using the ACT Aspire data to determine level 5 intensive support. The Pine Bluff School District stakeholders were intentionally denied feedback prior to the annexation of the Dalloway School into the Pine Bluff School District, and denied a limited appointed authority board the first year and half of annexation, and denied a full-time superintendent at one time, plus and denied new leadership. The annexation funds of $3.5 million have been spent to maintain the failed Dalloway School District and has increased the fiscal distress of Pine Bluff School District. Pine Bluff School District was given the same leadership that was not successful in restoring local control to the Dalloway School District. The annexation leadership failed to close the former Dalloway School District schools despite of overstaffing of teachers, administrators, and staff. The Pine Bluff School District presently is fiscal distress of paying for 6 building administrators in the failed former Dalloway School District buildings and 4 superintendents. The failure of annexation to promote the millage increase cost the Pine Bluff School District over $2 million. The Pine Bluff School District community expressed disapproval of annexation governance with no confidence from the stakeholders and district employees. The consolidation of Dalloway School District into the Pine Bluff School District would have given both districts a reset of accountability and a fresh start for equal access. The opportunity for students, Dalloway School District is still under state authority after 5 years, which also violates the Arkansas Department Accountability Regulation. The annex, can I continue?
Can you finish up for me, Mr. Wright?
Okay, the annexation is of the Dalloway School District and Pine Bluff School District is denying equal access and opportunity for all students to be college and career ready. The former Arkansas Department of Education leadership has given the Pine Bluff School District a deadline of November 8, 2023 to be released from state authority. We are requesting that your secretary, Jacob Oliva, the Arkansas State Board of Education, our newly elected Honorable Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, to consider the mechanism that we have suffered and to rescind the annexation to grant consolidation to Pine Bluff School District, replace the funds that have been used to maintain the failed Dalloway School during the annexation to the Pine Bluff School District, and to restore local control. Thank you for allowing me to have public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank y'all for being here, and we heard all of your comments, and we appreciate you being here very much. All right, Earl, is that what we're
I've got 2 more.
Okay.
You just thought you were done. All right. Look at you. I'm a little hurt, Miss Newton.
I'm sorry.
All right. Lee County School District.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that one.
Yeah, Lee County. Just wanted to lift up that we did have Anna Strong Elementary, who was recognized as a school on the move towards excellent for significant progress. They were also, the elementary and the high school were both recognized by the University of Arkansas OEP for beating the odds for academic growth. So again, showing movement and growth, not where we need to be in achievement, but definitely showing growth, which I think are good things. Continuing to strengthen the core instruction at the school is a focal point. There has been a very successful coordinated effort as far as establishing systems of intervention, of coordination between academics, but also behavior. And so those systems are in place and going pretty well. Really had an emphasis this last quarter on dyslexia support. They'd had kind of a turnover in that area, and so we brought in Vicki King, who is the DESE dyslexia support specialist, and she came in, assisted in screening, training, identifying, and kind of getting that program set back up. Continue to work on trying to attract teachers. Carly Saraceni mentioned earlier, Lee County is one of those school districts who does participate in the bonuses, and has been bringing in college interns to the district to come and teach and meet the kids. Picked up 1 or 2 teachers that way. So that's exciting. And I think I mentioned this the last time, but very proud of Michael Stone, our superintendent. He reached out to, did I tell you about him reaching out to Lee Academy, the private school in town? Okay, this is important. This is good stuff. So Lee Academy is a private school in town. The private school and the public school haven't had any kind of interaction or support for each other. Two separate schools. Our superintendent reached out to him and congratulated them on making it to the finals in football. And we have a band and they don't. And he said, can I bring my band to your pep rally? And so they drove down to the private school with their band, played in the gym, brought their cheerleaders. The Lee Academy private school gave our kids at our school a standing ovation. Afterwards, they then returned with support for our students at our school when they were being successful in something. And so that's how you start healing a community. That's how you start, So I just think that says a lot about the character of our superintendent that's appointed, that he did that. And that wasn't something, I wish I could say, I told him to do that, because it was a pretty good idea. But I didn't. He did that. And we see the opportunity here as we continue to talk about strengthening our CTE pathways and how they can leverage some of their ESSER money that they still have in doing that this is an opportunity to reach out to the private school, bring them in together, and really analyze what the community needs as a whole. Okay? Public schools can receive funding for private school kids who push into courses. And so this is an opportunity for the whole community to have some partnership pieces around that. And so I just applaud Michael's efforts on that, and I wanted to share that because I think that's important. So proud of the work happening there. And the last district, Earl. So Earl was also, their high school was also recognized for growth. Okay, so 3 of the schools I'm telling you about today that have been under state authority for the last 2 years have showed growth and have been recognized by outside organizations for their growth. Just wanted to note that. But we still have a lot of work to do in Earl. Earl is the district probably for me that I have the most concern about as far as being able to keep a staff, a consistent staff. Okay, we have lots of turnover with that staff. It's constant. And so it's like we train and then we lose you. And then we train and we lose you. So how we have that consistency part there is a challenge that we've got to try to keep figuring out. Go ahead.
Does their certified staff receive stipends and
Yes.
assistance?
Yes, they're a part of that as well. They fall in that socioeconomic status, and they do receive. And they were that district too that, remember, their original that fiscal distress for misuse of funds. Okay, it wasn't their academics that started this. It was a misspending of about $600,000 of federal funds, and the state had to step in and pay, and they are now paying us back. Okay, so that's really what started. They got classified in level 5 support a few years later. But for me, when I go, we do have a lot of support for the fiscal and trying to set up their offices and making sure that that's going well, and it is. But the academics is the part that I have the most concern about.
So we train, they leave, we train, they leave. Where are they going? Are they going like to other parts of the state? Are they leaving the profession?
So, one, they have a lot of waiver teachers who are not licensed. Two, they do have licensed teachers who go to the other districts that are paying more. Earl was a district that is, again, fiscal distress. So they are very, very tight in their funding and their money. They are at the lowest salary schedule. All right, they're just barely at that 36.6, and I mean, each time. We did use their ESSER funds and leverage that in terms of responding to addressing learning loss and acceleration for students, attendance. I mean, we built some things in there with ESSER to try to increase the salary.
Remind me where they're at on their timeline.
So that's the next thing I was going to talk to you about. Okay, so since they were fiscal distress, their timeline is June 30th. This summer is their 5 years.
Okay.
So one of the things that I wanted to put out there for you guys to start considering is their board was actually suspended. All right? So their board, a suspended board that has no authority, has continued to meet every month with the superintendent. They have a 5-member board. 4 of those original board members are still meeting. The 5th board member passed away, so we do have an opening there. So one of the things that is consideration as we move forward with this to this board is the possibility of pulling this board back as a limited authority board, maybe similar to the way we've conducted with Pine Bluff or some of the other districts, so we can start having some of those local decisions as they're moving forward with, decisions in their district and things they need to do.
Okay. So would that be on our agenda for February, March?
It's a possibility.
Okay.
I got to talk to my new boss about all this and make sure he's good with it.
Okay.
So we'll get there with those things. But those are some things that we need to continue to think about. There's a structure in place already there. I've actually Zoomed with this group before, especially talking about finances and some of those areas. And so I think it's a little bit better, easier transition than some of our other districts.
I noticed in the report they have vacancies at elementary, 2 elementary.
I'm sorry, what?
The report says there's vacancies at the elementary level, 2 positions are unfilled.
Probably so, yes.
Yeah.
I'm going back to look.
Have y'all done any sort of recent human capital audit there? Is that sort of ongoing as Sheila's working with them?
It's ongoing. If you can remember, I think it was 2 months ago, we came with the kindergarten teacher and asked for putting it was the para, and then putting a para in with the para, and then we were going to add a 3rd para, trying to get the kindergarten room. So it is ongoing. One of my staff members, Terry, has actually pushed in and taught classes in places where we have people who are out. They have moved some kids around as far as grade levels and stuff, trying to fill some holes. So it's ongoing.
And I know they've tried a few different things at the high school, whether the distance learning programs or whatnot. I think whatever conversations we have looking at that, we've got to have a good understanding of what human capital looks like in the district right now and where, forecast that for the future.
No, I agree. That's the biggest concern. And then the second tier is, if you were to close the district where the kid, it's just,
hard.
There's so many layers.
There's not a private school, charter school
There's not.
Yeah, but even next year, thinking about we want an elementary school that's fully staffed and what we need to do. To
Absolutely, absolutely. So we'll continue to work on that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done. Any
All right.
questions? All right,
Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, the next item is the human capital updates, Mr. McGee, and we're going to put that off until next month because we didn't really know what time we would be here. But I've got one thing here. 1, 2, 3, here. Let me just do this, and y'all figure it out. And Ms. Saraceni, you may want to help me. Dan, do you have that map Ms. Saraceni gave? I asked Ms. Saraceni to gather information on long-term subs and teachers on ALP. The ALP is alternate learning plan where it's a teacher that maybe is certified in one area, but they need them to teach in a different area. And so they given 3 years to get that certification. And so reason we're doing this, and we've had conversations in the past about where do we want to go with 1240, okay? And how is that impacting different areas of the state? And so if you look at the state at the map, what stands out to you? Does anything stand out, or was it just me? This is long-term subs and ALPs. This is not 1240s. Well, okay, there are a lot of them. Okay. Where is it? Where do you see it majority, and where do you not see it?
Well, we see fewer in East Arkansas because they have all Act 1240 waivers. So
Right.
They are
Right.
unlicensed of a different kind than what we see.
Okay, so if you're looking at that, where we consistently are talking about some of these districts, if you look at the southeast and in the delta, you'll see that it's very, very low as far as a long-term sub or a ALP. A ALP is a certified teacher who is teaching out of area but going through the classwork to get certified. A long-term sub is also correct me if I'm wrong, but also a certified teacher, not necessarily has a degree. They have a degree and they're teaching, maybe a teacher is on maternity leave or they could not fill the position. So those are what we would think of as traditional routes, where the 1240 is what we've been dealing with. And I think that I've heard Dr. Moore say, and I've had some thought, and this is just for us to think about, when we're giving 1240 waivers, are we doing the right thing? And Dr. Hill, you said, well, if we don't, what are they going to do? And so, but I think these are some conversations that I think we need to have. And currently, Ms. Saraceni, you correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that we don't have access to the data on 1240 as far as putting it in the districts along with this. Is that correct?
They do not come through my office. These are actually approved by you every month, just like on the consent form.
Right.
These are actual licensure exception waivers that you approve every month.
Right. And
So I think what we can do is next month show a comparison map that will show, in terms of the shortage area data, it will show then the unlicensed teachers. So that'll give you, kind of a good comparison to say, here's where we are in terms of districts that have additional licensure plans versus districts that are relying on people who have had, no preparation or little preparation coming to the job. So it'll give you a pretty good look and understanding, I think, at a state level.
So, because sometimes when we think of 1240, we're encouraging them to go on a licensure pathway, but that doesn't always happen. And so, we want to make sure that we're doing the best for kids. And, I know these are probably decisions that I'm not going to be involved in because I've got just a few months left, but we've been talking about, we really want to be thoughtful about what are we doing with the 1240s? Is it the right thing to do? And so I wanted us to start gathering information and really thinking through, making sure, we have said how many times, the best things that we can do for a child is to put a highly qualified teacher in the classroom with that child, okay? And so what are we doing to encourage that, or are we doing things that discourage that? And that's, I think, the question that we've got to really, and I don't want to do it from, well, this is how I feel about it, but I want us to do it from a thoughtful data gathering and making sure that we're making correct decisions. So I don't know if you have any thoughts or comments about that. I know you're not prepared to think about that today, or discuss that today, but I really want you to really start putting it on your radar and thinking about it. Okay. Any comments or questions along there?
So, trying to understand the map and the color coding and all that. Is this saying that the southeast portion of Arkansas has the lowest percentage of exceptions and waivers?
No, it's not. It's saying that they're not using ALPs or long-term subs. We know from past things that we've looked at that they're majority using 1240 waivers.
Okay, they are using 1240 waivers.
Yes, that's the data that we don't have right now. Right, 1240s are not on here.
Okay. I guess I don't know what is a licensure exception.
Okay, Mr. Sheedy, why don't you explain the difference between long-term sub, ALP, and 1240?
Because
that would be helpful.
This map looks as though there are not many exceptions occurring in the southeast part of the state.
Right.
And that sounds like a good thing, but it's not.
Yeah.
Explain why it's not.
Licensure exceptions are additional licensure plans which you approve every month on the consent agenda, and it is a teacher that already has a license. They're just teaching out of their field to get certified in whatever their area they're teaching out of field in. Say I have a K-6 license, I'm certified, totally certified, gone through an ed prep program, and I'm ready to teach, and maybe I've taught 5th grade for 3 or 4 years, but I really like English language arts, and my principal comes to me and says, I think you would be great to teach in 7th grade English. You do such a good job with those 5th graders. So while I'm working to get certified to teach 7th grade, I'm on a licensure exception, an alternative licensure plan that we approve through the licensure office. Yeah, but I have a license. I'm already, yes. So that's a licensure exception. A waiver is a Act 1240 waiver that I have not gone through an ed prep program. Well, and I'm working on a waiver, and I may not be going through any program at all, and I'm put in there with no preparation. Okay, a long-term sub, we have a lot of long-term subs, and I guess it really becomes something when you're talking about special ed, because special ed, you cannot teach special ed on an Act 1240 waiver, because that's federal, and you must have, be licensed, or the only way you can teach without having a license is through a long-term sub, currently.
Well, let me make sure I'm not confused.
It is pretty confusing.
I was following Jeff's understanding about this looks, if you look at this map. One that I was got that shows something.
Well,
it looks like the southeast, it has a lot of people with educational backgrounds, educational degrees, but they may be teaching outside of their area.
Correct.
Which isn't as bad as waivers.
An Act 1240 waiver.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, what the full picture is going to be is that there just aren't many licenses in the Southeast.
Like 1240 waivers can be good, I would assume, for things like computer science, where you have somebody that's been in the workforce I mean, that's what I assume. I have a love-hate relationship with 1240 waivers, but I can see why you would want somebody that's had 30 years of experience teaching computer science, if that is their background, and you put them on that waiver to teach, to fulfill. I mean, I can see that as a reason.
But that's not what always happens.
Right.
Yes.
Right. It's, hey,
And I think Miss Newton was just wanting, and we went back and forth several times because I think she was wanting you guys to see that the difference between using the licensure exceptions that can be approved through the department possibly versus a blanket Act 1240 waiver.
Right.
Is what I was.
And I think what all of this does is it shows the complexity of what we're dealing with in the state of Arkansas around educators and really making sure that we have well prepared people with our students. So I think this map is a good start to start explaining what does the landscape look like when we have people in classrooms who are not licensed or fully certified for what they're teaching. But I think then we add the different levels and layers to that picture for you, and we can come back and you know, really help everyone to understand, you know, what does that look like. So we've been working on putting some stuff together. I think once we have time to share that with Secretary Oliva and others, but this is giving us even some more really good information that I think is going to be helpful.
Well, this was just kind of a conversation thought process because, you know, we want to make sure we're doing the right thing. And I know next month we're going to have the human capital update on teacher shortage areas, and I think you've got some things along that line. And we just want to make sure that we do the best that we can possibly do for our kids.
And as good as our data systems are, there is that the school districts are their employing entities, so there is a limit to the data that we have and what that data tell us. And sometimes it's a matter of looking at the information, and then that leads us to a lot of other questions. And so that's, I think, where we've been in these last several months is just kind of pulling back those layers.
Is it possible to get more data on 1240 teachers itself as far as somehow or another getting that information real time? So that's going to be possible to get that from Arjit's group? Okay, he's shaking his head. He can do it. All right.
That's what we're working on.
Okay.
And really, this is kind of work with Deb's group. I mean, we meet on a regular basis on looking at the data because we have to remember too, unless we approve it through my office, it's self-reported when we pull Act 1240.
Right.
So it's verifying it and making sure. So it's building those systems for those human capital components so that we can make sure our data's clean and what we give you is what we give you, and it's correct and verified. And we're working on that and cleaning it up, and it's a work in progress.
Sure.
And it's across the Regents team. I mean, it's getting everybody to the table and just talking about it and kind of going down some of those rabbit holes when we find it. And, you know, again, it's a work in progress, but it's at least bringing you the data so that we can start having the conversations. And I know you wanted to try to show that.
Could I make one last point, though, that I think is important to this conversation, is that if you're not granting 1240 waivers, then
what are you gonna do?
Who's going to be in the classroom? You know, so in a lot of cases, we may be picking the less perfect, but it is better than the alternative. That's
been Dr. Hill's point for
But we have districts here that don't have 1240 waivers, and they're using long-term subs. So in that sense, it's just a different pay structure. I mean, to some extent. And so they're still finding someone. And so I think that's a conversation that we have to have. It's not who it is, it's what method are they using, and are they using the best method to get that teacher support?
So, I mean, I want to ask you to repeat something that you said, because I want to make sure I heard it right. What did you say about some of the data was at the local level and we didn't have visibility? What is that exactly?
Well, there isn't a unified HR system within the state because each district employs its own personnel. And so sometimes a district may employ one person who can teach multiple subjects. Sometimes, you know, you have someone who they have a singular focus, so it's very hard to, you know, have a one-size-fits-all for every district. Districts vary in the number of employees that they have and that they need. There are sometimes employees who are not in the classroom, and that's been one of the things we've really encouraged when districts are having shortages of teachers is let's do an analysis of all your resources, and are there people that could push into the classroom more? So those are all conversations that can complicate things further, because depending on the way that teacher is identified in the system, what their license is, and what they're assigned to teach, there can be a lot of variations. So that's just what we have to look at and take into context, and it's sometimes not easy to always have a really clear picture with just one report as far as the status of educators. So we're getting better at figuring out some of the data questions.
Oh, I can imagine it's very nuanced. So it is the system that's used by all the districts, or do they get to pick their own?
So we have our AppScan system has a student information side and a financial information side. So all of that is reported to us, but what they are teaching and where they are assigned in a master schedule is a little bit different from how they're reported over on the employee side. So matching up some of those things is a little bit different. So there are different reports that we have to look at for different employees. Thank you.
And I know I opened up a can of worms, but I really wanted you to give this some thought, you know, over the next few months, and making sure that we're going the right direction, and this is what we want. So, and I know I put Ms. Saraceni on the spot. I don't remember when it was, but I appreciate your hard work in getting this together for my thought process. All right. Yeah, and I think we just need to really think about. All right, Ms. Freno, are there any more public comments? Okay. Does anyone else have anything else?
Well, Ms. Newton,
Yes.
I don't know when we might want to talk to the board about the possibility of a work session related to our role in, you know, support and accountability. So all of you know, I asked if we could have a discussion based on a report that I got that all of you will be getting very soon. The data team was working on finalizing a couple things, but that shows the number of school districts in Arkansas that have half or more of their schools as F schools, or half or more of their schools as D or F schools. And the D or F category was almost 40%, I believe, of Arkansas school districts. And that was very heavy on me. And while I know that, you know, the legislature has a role, the governor's office has a role, the department has a role, I think that the state board has its own distinct role in helping move the needle and redirect that those outcomes. And so I would like to have a work session where we could learn from Ms. Renfro and even the vision of Mr. Oliva, and how we can all, what we can do, what tools are available to us to support and hold accountable those school districts that are not meeting up to the standard.
Ms. Lockwood, are you taking notes on that right now? Okay, and so you can get us a work session February, March, wherever it kind of fits, where I know the staff is in the middle of a legislative session, when they can get the work session organized for us. So she's going to organize that for us and let us know if it will be in conjunction with the February meeting or with the March meeting, depending on how they can get it organized. I would bet it would be February, but we'll let them have some leeway on that. Okay. Is there any other things that you would like to have a work session on? You know, this 1240 teacher pipeline is one that I'm interested in. Is there something else the board would like to study a little bit more or have more information on? Yes, but once you give it some thought, and then, you know, you don't email me directly, go through Ms. Lockwood, and then she will push it out to us as board members. So let her know what you're interested in as far as getting more learning. You know, we need to be lifelong learners, so there's lots that we can learn from one another and from the staff. So anything else? All right, Mr. Sutton, you are up.
You know, I may need a session to train some of my colleagues on how to adjourn the meeting. Short of that, if there's no further business, then I move we adjourn.
All right, Mr. Henderson? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank y'all for being here. Y'all did a good job today.
Good job.